What's good, YouTube? Welcome to the Master Duel Dojo. There are some who call me Tim. Liking, commenting, subscribing, and watching for as long as you can is one of the best ways to support me and allow me to do this instead of stocking grocery store shelves. Today's class is not free. The tuition is 1 sub, and your first paid sub or gifted sub on Twitch lets you put your favorite card on the wall behind me. A tribute to the duelists that helped to keep the dojo running. If you've got questions after hours, hop into the Discord. We keep the doors open even after the stream ends. I'm live on Twitch every weekday, so come by and duel me. Today is Blue Eyes practice day, and the World Championship qualifiers are here, so it's a perfect time to practice. So let's open up the client and go over the cards, because a lot of people don't know what the cards do. A lot of players come in and refuse to read the cards. They just want to play. This is what I consider to be the main core engine of Blue Eyes. It is 2 Blue Eyes, 2 Sage, 2 Maiden. You play as many of these as you can, but they're both semi-limited right now. Triple Wishes, again, you play as many of this as you can. A single Roar, a single Mausoleum, a single Majesty, and a single True Light. I don't advise playing more copies of any of those because they're not great to draw, especially in multiples. And then in the extra deck, what is absolutely not negotiable is Tyrant Dragon, Neo Ultimate, at least 2 Blue Eyes Spirit Dragon, Lightstorm Dragon, Blue Eyes Ultimate Spirit Dragon, at least 2 Spirit with Eyes of Blue, that's the Link 1, and 1 Heretic Seal of the Heavenly Spheres. This card's name always messes me up. So, Blue Eyes, it's just a big dumb vanilla. Sage has 2 effects, and you must read them. When it's normal summoned, you can add a level 1 Light Tuner from your deck to your hand, except Sage with Eyes of Blue. This includes Effect Veiler and Maiden. These are both core parts of the deck, and you always get Maiden. If you already have Maiden, you get Effect Veiler. And this effect is not hard once per turn. If you can normal summon Sage twice in a turn, which you can do, you can search twice in a turn. You can also discard it, target an effect monster you control, send it to the graveyard, and if you do, summon a Blue Eyes from your deck. This has several pieces of information that you might have missed. So discarding and targeting are both parts of the cost. And then the effect is send it to the graveyard, and if you do, summon a Blue Eyes monster from your deck, and that is any Blue Eyes monster. The only other Blue Eyes other than Blue Eyes White Dragon right now that people play is Jet Dragon, and it's not very commonly played. You can only use that second effect once per turn. It doesn't come up super much, but is relevant sometimes. Maiden. Maiden is the heart and soul of the deck, and is what makes this deck viable. Without Maiden, you can't play this deck. So you definitely need at least one. If you're new to Master Duel and new to Blue Eyes in general, you need to craft your first Maiden. She's got 3 effects, and you can only use each effect once per turn. The first is you can send her from your hand or field to the graveyard and place a True Light from your deck face up. True Light is the continuous trap that has bonus effects every single turn and gets you rolling. So you can discard Maiden, not literally discard, the ruling is different, but you can send her from your hand or the field to the graveyard, and you do use both. Most of the time you get Maiden to your hand and then send her to the graveyard from your hand, but it does come up fairly often that you need to send her from the field to the graveyard. Second effect, if you special summon Blue Eyes White Dragon, the vanilla, while this card is in your graveyard, you can summon this card. And the most common play with that is Spirit, True Light, or Roar out a Blue Eyes White Dragon, and then Maiden reborns herself. 8 + 1 = 9. That's the basic play. And the last effect is when Maiden is targeted or targeted for an attack, you can special summon a Blue Eyes White Dragon or a level 1 Light Tuner from your graveyard. That doesn't come up very often. It mostly comes up in weird scenarios with your own Mausoleum of White that you can target your Maiden and then reborn, usually Sage or Effect Veiler, to get another body on the field. And it can come up in the battle phase, so you can go True Light during their battle phase, reborn Blue Eyes is summoned, Maiden gets to reborn herself, and then they have to attack the Maiden. Maiden can then reborn, even if it's another effect failure with 0 defense, it's another body that they have to attack through before killing you, which makes killing Blue Eyes kind of frustrating. Those are the 3 effects of Maiden, and is very, very crucial to the deck. Wishes for Eyes of Blue. This has 2 effects, and you can only use each effect once per turn. So its spell effect is discard a card, that's the cost. Add a level 1 Light Tuner, and a spell trap that mentions Blue Eyes from your deck to your hand, except for Wishes. It has to add both. If you can't add both, you cannot activate Wishes. You just can't activate it. And the second effect is banish it from your graveyard, then target a Blue Eyes white dragon you control, not a Blue Eyes monster. Has to be the vanilla. Equip a Blue Eyes monster from your extra deck as an equip spell that gives it 400 attack. That part isn't relevant. The attack, it's almost never relevant. But you equip Neo Blue Eyes Ultimate, which has an effect in the graveyard. I'll come to it. And you can also then tribute that Blue Eyes for a Tyrant Dragon, which can attack all your opponent's monsters. I'll come back to that. So the most common play, Sage, get Maiden. Maiden plays True Light. True Light, get Wishes. Wishes, go get more cards. That's the most common play. We have 2 other spell traps that mention Blue Eyes White Dragon to get. One of them is Roar. Roar basically just says special summon a Blue Eyes from anywhere. Hand, deck, graveyard, banishment. I'm sorry. Not your hand. Roar does not summon a Blue Eyes from your hand. Roar says summon a Blue Eyes from your deck, graveyard, or banishment. Its second effect is you can banish it to fusion summon, including a Blue Eyes, but that's very irrelevant. This is not an effect that comes up often, so you don't have to remember that. Roar just summons a Blue Eyes from effectively anywhere. Mausoleum is the field spell that Spirit gets, which I'll come back to Spirit. Mausoleum has 3 effects, but only 2 will ever be relevant. During your main phase, you can normal summon a Light Tuner in addition to your normal summon set. So if you normal summon Sage or the Primite Ether Barrel or another piece of another starter, you can then normal summon again. This is relevant, and there are times when you also want to summon Effect Veiler after you've normal summoned, and then use that body either as link fodder or as synchro material. The second effect is to target a face-up monster you control, send a normal monster from your deck or hand to the graveyard, and if you do, it gains some attack. This is most often just Foolish Burial for Blue Eyes White Dragon. The attack boost is not usually relevant, and you usually use the monster you send as material later in the turn, but there are times when you want to boost your own guy, and that requires you to have a Blue Eyes left in your deck. It can be in your hand, and if you have Blue Eyes only in your hand, you'll have to send from hand to grave. And I've seen players do that, where they have the Blue Eyes in hand, the other Blue Eyes is in their grave or deck, or they have one Blue Eyes on the field or in the graveyard or banished. They play Mausoleum, they activate it, and then they have to discard the Blue Eyes from hand, and I've seen players lose because they want to keep it in hand for an effect like Primite Drill Ream or discard it with Wishes, and then they can't. And this is a field spell, which means it will just stick around forever, and that bonus effect to normal summon twice, you will have for the rest of the game until they destroy it. But usually, Mausoleum sits there. Majesty is also very good. This is one of my favorite cards in the deck. You reveal up to 3 Blue Eyes White Dragon in your hand, monster zone, or graveyard, and then destroy an equal number of cards your opponent controls. The banish effect doesn't matter at all. It's a normal trap that reveals 2 Blue Eyes, usually from your graveyard, and destroys their cards. Destroys up to that many cards. You don't play the 3 Blue Eyes because you don't want to draw them, but you do need the second one to move around zones. So Majesty can normally destroy 2 cards, and it doesn't target. So you just flip up Majesty, and then when it resolves, you will choose what to destroy. And you can choose less than 2, so you can destroy only 1 card if you only want to destroy 1 card. And True Light is the last core piece of Blue Eyes. It's a continuous trap. which means you do have to set it and then flip it face up. But Maiden gets around that because Maiden just places it face up. So you don't have to wait before you can start using True Light. You can start using it immediately on your first turn. Your opponent cannot target Blue Eyes White Dragon in your monster zone with card effects. This is not super common that this comes up, but there are games, times on Master Duel, where your opponent tries to do something that would target your Blue Eyes. They can't, and then they're forced to target something else because they've already activated whatever the card is, which really stinks for them. So remember that if you're playing against Blue Eyes. If this face-up card is sent from the spell and trap zone to the graveyard, destroy all monsters you control. This sounds like a big downside, but there are plenty of ways around it by protecting it from destruction, or you can negate it yourself. You can negate this effect with your own synchro monster. And also, Tyrant Dragon is unaffected by that effect, so it doesn't matter. True Light has 2 effects, and you can activate either of them every single turn. So just every single turn, you can choose one. Special summon a Blue Eyes from your hand or graveyard. You can summon from hand. You normally want to summon from graveyard so that you don't go down a card. You want to discard it with wishes or something before you summon it. And if you summon the Blue Eyes from your graveyard, this is a quick effect. So if your opponent goes to target your Blue Eyes with something like a Bestial or Called by the Grave, you can chain True Light to summon your Blue Eyes from your graveyard. If you look at my Pride of the Duelist tournament, I play Blue Eyes, and there are many games where my opponent tries to banish my Blue Eyes, and I just bring it back with True Light, and they don't summon their Bestial. And the other effect is set a spell trap from your deck that mentions Blue Eyes White Dragon with a different name from the cards you control and in your graveyard. So that's why it's important that Wishes will banish itself at least the first time, because then it's no longer in your graveyard. The other 2, we only play 1 of, so it's not going to matter. Most of the time, you True Light for Majesty. Most of the time you True Light for Wishes. If you already have Wishes, you True Light for Majesty as a piece of interaction. Because the way I like to play Blue Eyes is I like to set up a Spirit and as much other interaction in my back row as possible to play around Nibiru. Because if they nib me, I still want to have something on board. Okay. Blue Eyes extra deck. We're going to start with the fusions. Blue Eyes Tyrant Dragon. You can fusion summon it, but that's not very common. The way you summon it is you equip your Blue Eyes White Dragon with Wishes. You equip with Neo Ultimate using Wishes, and then you tribute that Blue Eyes for Tyrant. And then Tyrant has 3 actual effects. It's unaffected by trap cards. So this includes your own True Light. So if they destroy True Light and True Light activates to destroy all of your monsters, Tyrant lives through that. Tyrant cannot be hit with Infinite Impermanence or any other trap card. Infinite Impermanence is really the relevant one. It can attack all your opponent's monsters once each. So Tyrant can often clear whole boards. And there have been many situations where Tyrant gets me out of a jam that nothing else could have, because there's multiple monsters. And he's also just huge. 3,400 is way bigger than most things. It's like Desiree equipped with Agnum Day is the only thing that's like bigger than it in the meta right now. Not even 3,200 Apollo can fight with the Tyrant Dragon. And finally, once per turn, at the end of the damage step, if it battled, you can target a trap in your graveyard and set it. And what trap you're setting really depends on the situation. There are 4 commonly played traps in Blue Eyes: Majesty, True Light, Dominus Purge, and Infinite Impermanence. I'll get back to those. And you just kind of have to pick, based on the situation and what's in your graveyard, what you're resetting. So there are times you want to reset Imperm, there are times you want to reset Majesty, there are times you want to reset Purge. It just depends. And most often you go for True Light if True Light is in the graveyard. Tyrant is a way to get True Light back if you don't have access to Maiden. Because the most frequent access to Maiden is by summoning Blue Eyes, and Maiden reborns herself. Neo Blue Eyes Ultimate. I've never seen this card summoned. Don't worry about it. There is one line of text that matters on this card. When a card or effect is activated that targets a Blue Eyes monster you control, banish this card from your graveyard, negate that activation, and if you do, destroy that card. So this, in the graveyard, will negate a targeting effect on one of your Blue Eyes monsters. And the main combo, like I said, you summon Blue Eyes, you use Wishes to equip it with Neo, and then Synchro Summon with Blue Eyes, and then the equip spell Neo goes to the graveyard. So now Neo is in your graveyard to protect your Blue Eye Spirit Dragon from targeting effects. Okay, it's time we arrive at Blue Eye Spirit Dragon. This also has 3 effects. It's a level 9 synchro. Its stats are inverted from Blue Eyes, so if you're going first, make sure to summon it in defense. If you're going second, you do normally summon it still in attack position because you want to attack with it. Neither player can special summon 2 or more monsters at the same time. I can't think of a meta deck right now that does this, but Spirit Dragon was specifically printed to stop pendulums at a time when Pendulum was very strong. So it's just a floodgate, anti-pendulum floodgate. I've never seen it come up in 2025, but it is still a line of text that the card has. You take a free floodgate for only your opponent because you're not going to summon 2 monsters at once. Once per turn, when an effect of a card in the graveyard is activated, quick effect, negate the activation. So Spirit Dragon and Neo Ultimate both negate activations, which means they can be activated during the damage step, which is an important distinction. Neo Ultimate specifically destroys, so if your opponent is activating an effect that stays on the field, I can't think of one right now. So, for example, Snake Eyes Flameburge Dragon, if they target your Blue Eyes while you have Neo in the graveyard, you can banish Neo, Flameburge, then the effect gets negated and destroyed. So Spirit Dragon can negate any card or effect that activates in the graveyard. Well, when an effect of a card activates in the graveyard. Cards don't activate the graveyard, only effects. You can negate the activation. So if your own True Light goes to the graveyard and destroyed, it mandatory activates, and then you can Spirit Dragon negate it. Spirit Dragon is a quick effect, which means it must be chained directly to what it wants to negate. So if you have 2 cards that trigger in the graveyard at the same time, Spirit Dragon can only negate the highest chain link. It can only directly respond. You can't go down the chain. So if you're playing against Blue Eyes, what you can do is destroy their True Light. It activates in the graveyard. Chain anything. Chain any card. And Blue Eye Spirit Dragon cannot negate because now Spirit Dragon is responding to your card effect. So I destroy your True Light. True Light activates in the graveyard. I chain Maxi. You can't chain Spirit Dragon because Maxi activates in my hand. And you cannot respond to an earlier chain link. That's just the way the priority passing works. Spirit Dragon, his final effect is quick effect, tribute the synchro summoned card, special summon 1 light dragon synchro monster from your extra deck in defense position, except for another copy. Destroy it during the end phase. There's several things going on here. It's a quick effect, which can be activated during either player's turn in any phase. Tribute the synchro summoned card. So that's the cost. So Blue Eye Spirit Dragon goes off the field as part of the cost. So they can hit it with Called by the Grave and similar effects. But if they banish it from the graveyard, it's already activated. So if I go Spirit Dragon and you chain a Bestial on my Spirit Dragon will still resolve. It just gets banished. And it must be synchro summoned. There are ways to summon Spirit Dragon back from your graveyard once you've tributed it. And it won't be able to activate this tag out effect later. The first effect can still activate, but not the second effect that activates. Summon a light dragon synchro from your extra deck in defense position, except Blue Eye Spirit Dragon. So you can summon any light synchro, but destroy it during the end phase. So that monster then goes away. The old play used to be Azure Eyes, which is this, which protects your dragons from destruction. But we don't play Azure Eyes anymore. It is too slow. The plays now is usually Blue Eyes Ultimate Spirit Dragon, which I'll get to in 1 second. And finally, the neither activation effect is hard once per turn. So if you have 3 Blue Eyes Spirit Dragon, you can activate both of their effects, both effects of all 3 Spirit Dragons in the same turn. Okay, I'm going to skip to Blue Eyes Ultimate Spirit Dragon and come back to Lightstorm. Blue Eyes Ultimate Spirit Dragon, you don't usually ever make, normally, 2 tuners plus a non-tuner Blue Eyes monster. So that would be Kaiser Seahorse reducing itself to level 3, or Ash Blossom plus Blue Eyes plus level 1. But I've done that maybe twice ever. This effect, it has another floodgate effect. Your opponent cannot banish cards from your graveyard. This doesn't sound that crazy, but it stops your opponent's Bestials, it stops all of their Called by the Graves, and there are a few other niche effects that it also stops. But it's mainly those two, and those two are super relevant. If you summon 2 Spirit Dragon, and you activate the first one, they chain Called by the Grave. You can chain the second Spirit Dragon to summon Ultimate Spirit. So it'll be Chainlink 1 Spirit, Chainlink 2 Called by the Grave, Chainlink 3 Spirit Dragon. The chain resolves. Chainlink 3 Spirit Dragon resolves and summons Ultimate Spirit. Chainlink 2 Called by tries to resolve. Your opponent cannot banish cards from your graveyard because this is a continuous effect. Called by the Grave doesn't resolve. Chainlink 1, the first Spirit Dragon does resolve. And Ulti Spirit is limited to hard once per turn. It has 2 effects, hard once per turn. When a card or effect is activated on the field, quick effect, negate the activation. If you do, this gains 1,000 attack till the end of the turn. This does not destroy, but it does negate the activation. So this does work in the damage step, which is important. So if your opponent goes Forbidden Droplet and doesn't send a monster, Ultimate Spirit can negate that. And other effects that activate on the field during the damage step. This can negate normal spell and trap activations, and if you negate the activation of a continuous spell, a continuous trap, or a field spell, it will go to the graveyard. It cannot negate effects. Okay, if your opponent activates a continuous spell, you don't negate it. They then activate the effect of that continuous spell. You can negate that activation, but the continuous spell will stay on the field. So let's say your opponent goes My Friend Pearly while you have Ultimate Spirit. You let it resolve, or they already have the Pearly. And then they activate it to reveal 3 Pearlies and add 1 to hand. You negate that effect, that activation gets negated. And then it will just stay on the field. Hello, Sleepy Anthony. Thank you for the raid. We're doing a Blue Eyes lesson, then we're going to the World Championship qualifiers. Thank you for the raid. It's /shoutout. So Sleepy Anthony, he's new to Master Duel. Go give him a follow if you haven't. And hats off. Okay. I will give you the choice of my 2 favorites. Jester hat or Wizard hat. We'll take a moment. Jester hat. You got it. One of these is... 3 of these are missing bells. Okay. You don't have a Jester hat? Maybe I do want to be a little lower. There we go. Wish we had a clown meta in Yu-Gi-Oh! Alright, I've got to cut this from YouTube. But Trick Clown and the other Perform Mages used to be very good. And they're not terrible. They're not good cards. Like, okay, they are literally good cards, but they don't do enough as an engine now to be meta. But they are a deck you can play. And this one is actually new. This one is new, and this one got unbanned recently with a nerf errata. So, Antony fans, how was Wizard 101 today? Did you guys win? Whole lot of winning? You can rank down in the cup? Yes, you can. I don't know what the limit... There's some ranks that you can't. It's just like ladder, though, but you can do it. I feel like these Duelist Cup and World Champ ladders are way easier than the regular ranked ladder. We played the Beast Moon event. I don't know what that means, but I will assume it's fun. I need to sit on my foot or something to get a little taller. A free fun event right now for a week. That's awesome. I love in-game events. Transform into a fairy or dragon, etc. Okay, that's cool. I saw you a little bit, and you were some kind of raccoon guy or something, but I didn't know what was happening, and I had other things going on this morning. I don't know who that raccoon is, or if I'm even remembering it right. You were a rat, probably? Probably. Okay. Well, thank you for the raid. Welcome, raiders. We do Master Duel content here, and we're studying Blue Eyes. And this lesson is not free. You must pay the tuition fee of 1 sub. If you don't sub, the screen will go black. Okay, I need to hydrate, and then I will resume my lesson. Thank you. We're doing a lesson, and then we're gonna take the ladder by storm. You're a lurk? Okay. The last core synchro is Lightstorm Dragon, and it's a level 9, so you can hard make it with Blue Eyes plus Tuner, or you can summon it on your opponent's turn by tripping off Blue Eyes Spirit Dragon. And Lightstorm Dragon, if it's special summoned, not synchro summoned, which is an important distinction because Blue Eyes Spirit Dragon doesn't synchro summon. It special summons. So Lightstorm Dragon, you can target spell traps on the field up to the number of normal monsters in your graveyard plus 1. You almost always have 2 Blue Eyes in the graveyard. So 2 plus 1 is 3. So Lightstorm Dragon just will destroy up to 3 spell traps on the field for free. The cost is you're not summoning Ulti Spirit or something else. And again, 2700 attack, 3000 defense. Not the most impressive compared to some of our other monsters, but the destruction effect when it comes up is super important. If this card is destroyed by battle or card effect, you can target a spell trap in your graveyard and set it, but then you need a normal monster to be able to activate it. So you can set anything that can be infinite impermanence. It can be Purge. It can be Called by the Grave. If you play that, it can be a piece of engine, a piece of non-engine. All you need would be to resummon the Blue Eyes, and then you can activate it again. And the last thing I did forget to mention with Blue Eyes Ultimate Spirit Dragon is if it's destroyed, you will summon the Spirit Dragon back. You can summon anything, but Spirit Dragon destroys it. So you go Spirit Dragon into Ulti. Ulti gets destroyed, you reborn the Spirit Dragon. It can't use the effect to tag out again, but it will be able to use the Graveyard Negate, and it's a level 9, and so often you synchro summon with Spirit into Baron after that. The links. There are 2 core links, Spirit with Eyes of Blue and Heretic Seal. We start with the link 1, very important for the deck. Its requirements are a level 4 lower dragon or spellcaster. So there are a couple different monsters you can use to make this, but it is all of your little monsters in your deck, including Effect Veiler. You cannot special summon except dragon monsters. This is rarely relevant. There are some lines where you need to get rid of the spirit before you can summon the maiden back, but That's it. And most of the time, you're immediately tributing this for Blue Eyes, so it doesn't matter at all. Spirit, if it's Link summoned, you can add a Mausoleum of White from your deck to your hand. It will give you a prompt if you want to add it to your hand or the graveyard. Now I forget what it says. I think it says, do you want to send it to the graveyard? And you need to click no. You need to read that prompt every time it comes up and click the right effect. Also, because Yu-Gi-Oh! Is Japanese, yes is on the right, and this also tricks a lot of people. So don't make the UI mistake with Spirit Eyes Blue by sending Mausoleum to the graveyard. You want it in your hand. And the last effect is Tribute itself. Summon a Blue Eyes from your hand or graveyard, but if you summon an effect monster from your graveyard, it cannot attack and its effects are negated. So that, you almost always summon a Blue Eyes White Dragon from your graveyard. So you go Sage into Spirit, Spirit get Mausoleum, Mausoleum target your Spirit, send Blue Eyes to the graveyard, Spirit reborn the Blue Eyes, and then you can do whatever you want with the rest of your cards. And you can do that play even with Effect Veiler. So there are times when I've opened Effect Veiler as my only monster, I summon it, I turn it into Spirit, Spirit gets Mausoleum, and then I turn the Spirit into Blue Eyes, and then now cards like my Majesty and my Primite Drill Beam are online. Spirit is very important in the deck, and I wish that we had space for 3 in the extra deck, but we just don't anymore. The last core card is Heretic Seal, which is a quick effect. It's a link to 0 attack monster, but on your opponent's turn, if this is in the extra monster zone, you contribute a monster, return 1 face-up card in the field to the hand, and then it has a trigger effect. If it was tributed, special summon a dragon from your hand or deck and make it a 0/0. There's several things going on with this card too that you need to be aware of. It only works in the extra monster zone. You cannot use this effect if it is in the main monster zone. You must have it in the extra monster zone. Seal returns any face-up card in the field to the hand that includes your own. And then, if it's tributed, it starts a new chain. So if Seal is the only card you control, you make Seal and pass, and your opponent activates Infinite Impermanence, Master Duel will ask you if you want to chain Seal, and what will happen if you have only Seal and they impermanent. Seal will resolve. You will have to then tribute a monster from your hand to bounce itself, because it is the only legal target to return back to the hand, even though it goes back to the extra deck. Most of the time, that's not a problem, because you also have True Light, Mausoleum, and the Primite cards face up that you can bounce back if you need to bounce it. And then you summon a dragon from your deck, which is almost never Blue Eyes. Not entirely true. There are many times when you do go Seal, and then you want to summon the Blue Eyes to use the Drill Beam. But most of the time, it is Magnamute, and then Magnamute will search Ether Barrel later in the turn. These are the core cards of Blue Eyes, and you must know all of them. There are only 3 different Primite cards, and they also form a very simple loop. Ether Barrel, Lordly Load, and Drill Beam. I'm sorry that Ether and Load are both Ultra. You need as many copies as you can, but 1 and 1 will suffice for now. So if you're on a budget or you're new, you can get by with playing 1 of each. It's much less good, much less consistent than 3 copies, but you can play them. Ether Barrel says, if it's normal summoned, set a Primite spell trap from your deck. So you can use that effect as many times as you can normal summon, but you can typically only ever normal summon 1 Ether a turn. It's a level 4 Earth Dragon. The level 4 in Earth isn't relevant, except that it's not a level 1 Light Tuner. That's the only relevant part. It is level 4 lower dragon, so you can link it into the Link Spirit. So you normal summon it. You set a Primite spell trap from your deck to the graveyard, from your deck. Normally Lordly Load. Ether, then, on your standby phase, later, if you have a normal in your graveyard or on your field, you can add it from your graveyard to your hand back, recovering it and recovering the rest of the Primite cards. So you normal summon Ether, link it into Spirit, do Blue Eyes things, and then on your next turn, Ether is in the graveyard, so you can add it back to your hand. And the final effect almost never matters, or the middle effect. You contribute it, send a normal monster from your deck to the graveyard. I've never used it, and the only time I've seen it used, I think it was a mistake. It just tributes itself to do nothing, effectively, because you don't need it in the graveyard. Primite Lordly Load is a continuous spell. When it's activated, you can add a Primite card from your deck to your hand, except Lordly Load. So that is Drill Beam or Ether Barrel. And this sequence works in either order. So if you start Ether, you set Load, Load activates, and it gets Drill Beam. If you start Load, Load searches for Ether, you summon Ether, and set the Drill Beam. So either way, you have access to all three cards in rotation. Load also says you can declare a normal monster card name, special summon it from your hand, deck, or graveyard in defense, and you cannot activate the effects of special summon monsters on the field this turn. That is part of the effect, so just pretend it says for the rest of this turn, if it activates. So if the effect resolves, you cannot activate the effects of special summon monsters for the rest of the turn. You can activate special summon monsters before it. It's not a condition. It's not an activation requirement. It's part of the effect. And so if the effect gets negated, so you activate it, your opponent Ash Blossoms, you can then special summon and activate that special summon monster's effect. I've seen a fair amount of people go Ether, get Load summon Blue Eyes from your deck, and then link Ether into the Link Spirit, which cannot activate because it was special summoned. You can only use each effect of Lordly Load once per turn. Also, when it's activated, you have to add a Primite. This is mandatory. So if you don't have any Primite cards left in your deck, you cannot activate Lordly Load. It's just stuck in your hand or face down. And normal monsters and Primite monsters gain 300 attack for each normal monster with different names in your graveyard. So that's only going to be 300 in this deck because we only play Blue Eyes. But if you have 2 loads, which is fairly common, your monsters will gain 600 attack. So it'll put your Blue Eyes to 36, and it'll put Ether to 22. And Blue Eyes at 36 does matter because you can beat over a lot of monsters that have 3,000 defense. Even the 33 boost makes the Blue Eyes relevant. And finally, Primite Drill Beam. This card is very important, and if you're missing even a single copy of Ether or Lordly Load, I suggest playing 3 Drill Beam. Drill Beam says reveal a Primite card or a normal monster in your hand, or if you control a normal monster or a level 5 or higher Primate monster. So this means reveal Ether, Load, or Blue Eyes from your hand, or if you control Blue Eyes, the vanilla. You can target a card on the field, negate its effects, and if you do, banish it. So just goodbye. Just banish anything. Target one face-up card in the field. This is monsters. This is spells. This is traps. Your opponent activates a spell, negated and banished. Your opponent activates a monster effect, they lose the effect and the monster. And during the main phase, if you control a Primate monster, you can set this from your graveyard. So it's better to start Ether, because you can go Ether, Load, get the Drill Beam in your hand, discard Drill Beam with Wishes if you have access to that, and reset the Drill Beam so you don't go down a card. Some people play 2 Drill Beam. I really like the second, but I'm not playing it right now for starter numbers because Sage and Maiden both just got semi-limited. These are the Primate cards, and I'll cover the others in just a bit. Before I cover all the options, none of these cards should be in your deck. If any of these are, if I catch any of you with these in your deck, you're expelled from the dojo. Whitestone of Legend, Old Maiden with Eyes of Blue, Priestess with Eyes of Blue, Protector with Eyes of Blue, Whitestone of Ancients, Kaiba Man, Dictator of D, Chronicle Sorceress, Chronicle Magician, Blue Eyes Toon Dragon, Malefic Blue Eyes White Dragon, Blue Eyes Alternative, Dragon Spear of White, Blue Eyes Solid Dragon, Blue Eyes Abyss Dragon, Heart of the Blue Eyes, Blue Eyes Shining Dragon, Deep Eyes White Dragon, Paladin White Dragon, Blue Eyes Chaos Max, Blue Eyes Chaos Dragon, Burst Stream of Destruction, Neutron Blast, Bingo Machine Go, Beacon of White, Chaos Form, Strength and Unity, Vision with Eyes of Blue, Majesty with Eyes of Blue. This is the different Majesty, not the trap card. Rage with Eyes of Blue, Ultimate Creature of Destruction, Destined Rivals, Blue Eyes Twin Burst, Old Ultimate, Dragon Master Knight, Dragon Master Magia. If you put any single one of these in your deck, you must admit that you are not trying to win as many games as possible, and you are playing with a different goal in mind. If you're playing with a different goal in mind, like having fun, and you accomplish that goal, awesome. But cards like Magia and Bingo Machine Go, I do not believe belong in your deck. And definitely not any of the rest of this garbage. Get it out. Okay, next is the non-engine core. These, I believe, are all mandatory. Some people shave down on the numbers, and that can be correct for math reasons, but in general, you want to max out on all of these. It's Effect Veiler, Maxi, Ash Blossom, Imperm, and Purge. I'm not going to read any of these. You should know what they do. Your account should have all of them already. If you don't, they should be a priority craft after you finish the engine of your Blue Eyes deck, or whatever deck you're doing. If you already have a deck, but you're missing any of these cards, go craft these cards right now. The only thing I will point out is that Purge locks you out of Dark Water Fire, which is Bestial Magnemite and Ash Blossom for the rest of the duel. That's not a problem. Don't worry about it. And it negates the effect. So it cannot be activated during the damage step, and it doesn't negate the activation, which means if it's a continuous spell, you negate the effect, and the card will stick around. So you should know what all of these do. Veiler has some extra specific synergy just by being a level 1 light tuner, which is very important. You can cut Veiler, Imperm, and Purge all down to 2. Like, all of them are acceptable to go down to 2 if it's correct for math and openers and stuff. But I like 3 copies of each. And I'll show you my deck in a moment. I need a water break. Okay, now we're on to the extras. I've called this the extras, but these are the things that you're going to fill out your deck with. Because this is what I consider to be what an actual core looks like. And then you need a few more cards. So you can't register a 34 card deck, and 11 cards in the extra is not recommended because you have 4 more slots that you could put in something useful. If you have a brand new account, you probably won't have tons of useful things. But if you don't have a brand new account, you should just always put in things like Zeus, Typhon, SP, Apollo Access. Like, there are cards that if you have space in your extra deck, you can just put in there. So these are all of the extras. Droll and Lockbird is a hand trap, very meta dependent. If a card is added from the main deck to your opponent's hand, except during the draw phase, you can send this to the graveyard. For the rest of this turn, cards cannot be added from either player's main deck to the hand. This works on both players' turns. I don't recommend Droll in Blue Eyes right now, but that is a right now meta call. There are times when 3x Droll is mandatory, and 3x Droll is played in many, many decks right now. Ghost Ogre was super, super popular to destroy opponents' True Lights. I don't think it's awesome because either they have to, if they have to start True Light and you can Ogre it, that's great, but they don't lose very much. And if they don't start True Light, they're going to protect their True Light by summoning Spirit Dragon first. And if they don't, they're a bozo and you deserve to win. Foolos is akin to Max C. You should know what it does by now. And you should be putting this in many decks. It doesn't belong in every deck, in every configuration, every meta, but Foolos is insanely good. Neo Kaiser Seahorse is another starter. It can get you into your True Light plays and combos. It's not as good as the others, but it does still work. And this is the way that you can hard make Ultimate Spirit Dragon. So it says it's a level 4 Dragon Tuner. If you control Blue Eyes White Dragon, you can special summon this card from your hand. That's an inherent special summon, which means it doesn't start a chain. If it's your turn and you have priority during an open game state, which means no chains are resolving, and an action just wasn't just taken, you can summon the Kaiser Seahorse just for free. You just put it on the field. It doesn't start a chain. Your opponent cannot chain Max C because Kaiser doesn't start a chain. You can target a light tuner you control, increase or decrease his level by 1. This has 2 uses. The first use is to target your maiden and then activate it and summon a monster from the graveyard. The second use is to reduce its own level to hard make Ultimate Spirit Dragon. Neither effect comes up very often. You are normally linking this off into the Link Spirit. And then that triggers its next effect, which sends a Blue Eyes from your deck to the graveyard, or a monster that mentions it. So the play here with Kaiser Seahorse is link it off for Spirit, and then Kaiser sends Maiden, and then you can reborn Blue Eyes and summon Maiden and get True Light that way. I will show you that in a moment. Next up, we have Bestials. Bestials have a conflict with Purge, but are still very much worth playing, especially Magnamu. You should know what these do. They banish a light or dark from either grave to summon themselves. It's a quick effect if your opponent has a monster. In the end phase, Magnamu searches for any dragon, which will almost always be Ether, to get the Primites online. Druid's form is very good. It is highly recommended. It is often like right at it's at the top of like the first cards to go. I phrased that wrong. In a deck, when you are cutting cards, it is almost one of the last cards to get cut, but it doesn't always make the cut. Some people play Druid's, but not all the time. Druid's form is very good in other decks, but in Blue Eyes, we have a lot of moving parts and things going on that we don't need the Druid's. Primate Imperial Dragon. I'm not even going to read this. It is not very relevant. I haven't seen it played, but it is another card you can play. It's ultra rare, so I don't even recommend bothering to craft this if you don't have it. Jet Dragon comes from a structure deck. Don't craft this. It comes in a structure deck for 500 gems. Don't craft it. It is a decent card, but like Druid's Worm, it like just doesn't make the cut anymore. It's very good in a grind game. It protects all your other cards from being destroyed, and it can come out of the graveyard every single turn for free if something is destroyed. And at the start of the damage step, it can bounce a card your opponent controls to hand. It's all very good effects. It's a very good package. I love playing this card. It's very fun, but it is not necessary. You just don't need it. You don't need this effect in play to be able to win the game most of the time. Nibiru, another very common hand trap. I recommend playing at least one Nibiru right now. And Jesse Perez has a video about how many Nibiru you should play. The short answer is one Nibiru, and replace the others with copies of stuff like Foolos if you're going to play more Nibiru. Triple Tactic Talent is very good. It's a very good generic staple right now, and it can do things like take an opponent's Desiree or Blue Eyes or Apollo. It just taking their interactive piece is often wins the game. And the other two effects are also relevant. So if you start with Wishes or Sage or whatever you start with, and they use an Effective Veiler or an Ash Blossom, you can draw 2 cards if you need more action. Like if you have no plays, no interruptions, you can draw 2 cards. If you have anything, I suggest looking at your opponent's hand and putting a card back in their deck. This effect is much more powerful than it seems because you get to see your opponent's whole hand, and know what their whole turn is going to look like, and you take their best card. So if you have, imagine you have a Drill Beam and a Majesty as your interaction after they stop your plays. You look at their hand, you see 3 cards, you see the Majesty will deal with 1, Drill Beam will deal with the second, and then you put the 3rd card back in the deck, and the other 2 are maybe hand traps. I highly recommend 1 Talents. A lot of people play 2. Talents can be found in the shop under a bundle. Ultimate Fusion is a quick effect. It's a quick spell that says during the main phase, fusion summon a fusion monster from your extra deck that mentions Blue Eyes by shuffling materials from your hand, field, or grave into the deck. Then you destroy cards your opponent controls up to the number of Blue Eyes that you had on the field. So you can Ultimate Fusion 2 monsters from your graveyard to summon Tyrant Dragon. So Blue Eyes plus another dragon. I normally put back Spirit. So Spirit plus Blue Eyes equals Tyrant. And this is a quick effect. But if you can use a Blue Eyes from the field, you get to destroy a face-up card your opponent controls. And that is another form of disruption some of the time. It's not relevant all the time and doesn't come up. But I like Ultimate Fusion as the 4th Blue Eye spell because you need Wishes has to go get a card that mentions Blue Eyes. So if you've used Roar and Majesty, if you've gotten both of them out of the deck, you cannot activate Wishes again. So I often like to play Ultimate Fusion. Primite Roar is something some people swear by, but I don't. Primite Roar pays 2,000 if you have no monsters to summon a Blue Eyes. And then, while it's in the graveyard, if your opponent normal summons, you can banish the Roar from your graveyard and banish a monster from the field with less attack than your Blue Eyes. So it will be almost every single card that they can normal summon. Roar is good to discard with Wishes, but I don't like Roar's card effect. I don't want to pay 2,000 to summon a Blue Eyes, and I don't want to pay 2,000 to not summon a Blue Eyes if I already control a monster. This is not a card that is acceptable for me to play. A lot of people play second copy of Drill Beam, which is quite good because you can get Drill Beams in rotation. So if you have 2 Drill Beams, you will frequently get into a situation where you can use one on your turn, either offensively or defensively, and then you can use the other one reactively on your opponent's turn and continually reset them. You can only reset them on your turn, but having 2 to start does come up. Typhoon is a card that has more or less gone away because Blue Eyes is no longer the top dog, but some people play it. I don't recommend it. You can go ahead and skip Typhoon. Forget I even showed it to you. In the extra deck, some people play second copy of Tyrant. I like second copy of Tyrant. It comes up when you go, if you equip Neo, and then you synchro someone with Blue Eyes, you have 1 Tyrant left in your extra deck. If you play a second Tyrant, you can equip Blue Eyes a second time with Wishes, and then tribute that for Tyrant. The other way it comes up is if you already summoned the first Tyrant, you can use Ultimate Fusion to summon the second Tyrant. So those are 2 ways that the second Tyrant becomes relevant. Moonlight is very good. It's not a card I have on this account, but it is very good. It's Ultra. It's going to basically be a craft because you probably don't want the other cards in the secret pack. Moonlight will, when summoned, when it's special summoned, or level 5 or higher monster special summon to your opponent's field, bounce a monster they control. So if you have Spirit Dragon, it's on the field, you just leave it on the field. It is always threatening to turn into Moonlight or Ultimate Spirit. Even if you don't have Moonlight, your opponent doesn't know that you don't have Moonlight unless they look at your extra deck. So by the basis of existing as a card, it is basically always being threatened, but is not super common. I like it as a card, but I'm just not playing it right now. Trishula and Hot Red Dragon Archfiend are both Crimson Dragon targets. I don't recommend either of them, but both exist, and Purge locks you out of both of them. Same with Vermilion Dragon Mech. So all three of these are level 9s that you can summon with Crimson Dragon. So let's talk about Crimson Dragon. Crimson Dragon is level 12, and you can hard make it with Blue Eyes and Kaiser, or Nibiru token plus level 1, but that's not super common. The most common way is you tribute Blue Eye Spirit Dragon for Crimson Dragon. And then Crimson Dragon has a quick effect that you target another Synchro, return Crimson Dragon to the extra deck, and summon a dragon with the same level. So if you have 2 Spirit Dragons, you tribute 1 Spirit Dragon for Crimson. Crimson then returns to the extra deck, targeting your other Spirit, to make a level 9, which is Trishula, Hot Red, or Vermilion. I don't recommend them, because now that we have Lightstorm Dragon, Crimson Dragon can turn into Lightstorm if you need, or Spirit can turn directly into Lightstorm Dragon. The reason for going through Crimson is that Crimson doesn't destroy it at the end phase. So if you summon Blue Eye Spirit Dragon, 2 of them, Spirit turned into Crimson, Crimson then target your Spirit and turn into Lightstorm. Lightstorm will stick around and not get destroyed in the end phase, because it wasn't summoned by Blue Eye Spirit. Another important thing is that Crimson Dragon does synchro summon the monster, but that doesn't come up very often. That matters later in the game. I see people playing Croco Dragon. It is just discard 2 cards, destroy a card in the field. You will often draw 1 card when it's synchro summoned. It's a card. I don't recommend it, because Lightstorm Dragon can destroy all the spells and traps. So you're summoning Croco Dragon because you want to destroy monsters, and you have things like Majesty and Drill Beam and other ways to deal with monsters. Also, your monsters are just most of the time huge, so you can just attack over them. So I don't think Croco Dragon is needed. Chaos Angel is sometimes played. It's a card. Your monsters will be your synchros will be unaffected by your opponent's monster effects, but that's it. I don't recommend Chaos Angel. You can make Chaos Angel with Bestial plus Kaiser to get a light dark Chaos Angel, but that's very niche and not worth the space in my opinion. We have 2 commonly played level 12s that we target with Crimson Dragon. So these are worth playing. Specifically, Cypher Dragon. I think Blazar is win more. So the play here is you make double Spirit Dragon, tag the first into Ultimate Spirit, tag the second into Crimson Dragon. Crimson Dragon then turns into Cypher, and Cypher has 2 relevant effects. Once per turn, if your opponent activates a monster effect, you can negate that effect and then destroy 1 card of the field. You have to destroy something, including your own if there are no cards your opponent has. And there are some funny things. You can like negate a monster in their hand from activating, and then destroy another card they control. Like what you destroy isn't what you negate. It can be. So your opponent summons Ether Barrel, you negate with Cypher. Cypher can choose to destroy that, or you can destroy something else. It's your choice. And the first time each card you control would be destroyed, it is not. That is by battle and by card effect. So Cypher is very sticky and hard to deal with. The out for Cypher is usually Typhon, which I'll come to in a second. So Cypher plus Ultimate Spirit is very hard to deal with, and Cypher protects your Ultimate Spirit from being destroyed by Spirit in the end phase, because the first time it would be destroyed, it's not, and Spirit destroys it a single time. Blazar is sometimes played. I think it's much less good, because you often just want to go for Cypher first, but if you can get a Blazar to stick, it is extremely hard to win the game through a Cosmic Blazar. It just banishes itself every turn to negate something your opponent does, and then comes back in the end phase. Some people play second Ultimate Spirit Dragon, but I don't have space for it. A lot of people are playing Typhon. I highly suggest Typhon in Blue Eyes. It solves a lot of problems in the mirror, and there are other situations where Typhon is relevant. One thing I actually did in the tournament that was very funny is I Triple Tactics Talent stole their monster. It was an Xyz monster that had Engraver underneath it. I boosted it with Mausoleum to make sure it was my biggest monster because I was going to summon other monsters. And then I put Typhon, when I was done with the rest of my field, on top of their Xyz monster, so I kept it. And then I detached the not Engraver, so their Engraver was stuck under my Typhon, and they lost their monster. Typhon says 3,000 attack monsters or more can't activate their effects, so if you summon Typhon, Cypher and Ulti Spirit can't activate. The downside is that you end your turn. A lot of people call this the lose button, but if you're summoning Typhon, it's either at the end of your turn after you've done everything, or you have no other play and you're going to lose the game anyways, because you can summon it using any Xyz or any monster as Xyz material. So you can normal summon a Droll or an Effect Veiler, and if that's the only monster you have, you can use it for material for Typhon. There have been many, many times when I try to play the game, my opponent interrupts, and then I summon Typhon over an Effect Veiler or a Sage or something very weak, and there are times it gets me there, and there are times it doesn't. But a normal summon Effect Veiler is not going to win the game. Turning Effect Veiler into Typhon at least gives you a chance. Anima is kind of a meme now. Like, it's not worth playing anymore. The third Spirit is a card I really like because I really like to use the first Spirit to turn into Blue Eyes, use the second Spirit to link into Seals, and then on your next turn, turn 3 of the game, you want to still use another Spirit to reborn another Blue Eyes. So third Spirit does come up. Most people only play 2 for space, but is a card I would play 3 if I had the space for the third. Seals we've talked about, and some people play 2. There's not space anymore for 2, which is unfortunate. Some people are cutting things like the third Blue Eyes and the second Tyrant for cards like Lina and SP. These are very common. They are quite good, but they're very, very niche effects. That's what I have to say about both of these, is that they're both quite niche. And if you summon Spirit, Spirit prevents you from linking into either of them, because you can only summon dragons, and neither of these are a dragon. Okay. Today begins the World Championship qualifier on Master Duel, and I'm definitely playing Stage 1, and I'm going to start by playing with this list. What's here that I haven't already talked about is Piri Ray's map, and at the start of main phase 1, add a monster with 0 attack to your hand, and then have your life points. You're going to always get Sage, and then you can normal summon the Sage later. You cannot activate monsters with that name until you normal summon them. So if you have Ether, you summon Ether, get the field spell, and then you can summon Sage. And if you don't have Sage at all, you just start with the Sage. And I'll show you the combos, but this is the list I'm going to be playing. The only things I'm unsure about is, do I include Druid's Worm, and do I include Ultimate Fusion? That's it. This Tyrant could be cut without Ultimate Fusion, and I could have 1 extra slot for something, possibly a third Spirit, but we'll see how the games go. I have a single Seahorse in here as another starter, and it turns Magnemute or Seals into a way into the Blue Eyes stuff. Okay, we're here on Dueling Book, and I'm going to show you how the cards move around with each of the starts. So if we start with only Sage, you normal summon Sage. Sage effect adds Maiden to your hand. Maiden is now in your hand. Discard Maiden to activate True Light from your deck. Activate True Light to set Wishes. So Wishes get set. Then you activate Wishes and discard any card. So you discard a card. And at this point, I get Second Sage and Roar. So you can get Roar or Majesty. Either of these will be in your hand. It will be one or the other. I prefer to go for Majesty here. I've messed up. This is the incorrect order. So let me show you. All right, I've got to cut that. I'm playing wrong. Okay, so if we start with Sage, you normal summon Sage. Sage gets Maiden. Maiden goes to your hand. You discard Maiden to place True Light. At this point, I link this into Spirit. Spirit effect activates to add Mausoleum to your hand. Make sure to add it to your hand and not send it to the graveyard. Activate Mausoleum. Mausoleum effect targets your Spirit Dragon and dumps a Blue Eyes to the graveyard. That goes to the grave. Then you activate Spirit, tribute itself, special summon Blue Eyes. Maiden will trigger to summon herself. Now you can Synchro Summon Spirit. And if they destroy your True Light with Ogre, now you're safe from it losing any cards in your field. So now you activate True Light, set the Wishes, activate Wishes from the field, so you discard a card. And here, I like to get Sage, and you can get Roar, or you can get Majesty. Either way, so it's either Roar or Majesty. And I did that the opposite way. So then you summon Sage, because you can normal summon twice. Sage effect will now get Effect Veiler. Most people, if they're uninterrupted, prefer to get Roar. And because we have Sage, Spirit, Blue Eyes, so Sage, Spirit, Blue Eyes, Maiden, Spirit Dragon, that's 5. So you can often see at that point if your opponent has Nibiru, because there's a delay there. If there is no delay, they're either tricking you or they don't have Nibiru. If they don't have Nibiru, you want to get Roar. If you think they have Nibiru, you want to get Majesty. So then Sage gets your Effect Veiler. And then you can Roar the second Blue Eyes onto the field. So we use Roar. At this point, you banish Wishes. Equip Neo to Blue Eyes. So this is in the spell trap. And then you Synchro Summon for a second Spirit. Or you can link the Sage into another Spirit with Azure Blue and link those into Heretic Seals. Either way, both are vulnerable to Nibiru, so it doesn't matter which you prefer, because at this point, when you have Sage, when you link Sage into Spirit, it's obvious that you're going for Seals. So solo Sage is much harder to play through Nibiru. That's why I prefer to go for Majesty, usually depending on the rest of my hand. So solo Sage ends on double Spirit, and you trade one card for Effect Veiler, or it's Spirit plus Spheres. So that's what you do. I'm going to reset deck and start with just Maiden. So let's pretend we have the Maiden. Maiden is in our hand instead of Wishes here. So we activate Maiden and discard it from our hand. Ignore that that was from the field. Maiden will place True Light. True Light has to activate here, and you're going to set Wishes. And then you activate Wishes and discard the worst card in your hand. Ether is not the worst card in this hand, but we're pretending. Wishes will search for Sage. And here, I still like to go for Majesty, but you can go for Roar. So now you normal summon for the first time. Activate this, get an Effect Veiler. Because you can't use, Sage can't search for Sage, and you've used Maiden, so getting the other Maiden isn't going to do anything. Link it into Spirit. Spirit effect, add the Mausoleum to your hand. Activate Mausoleum. Activate Mausoleum to send a Blue Eyes to the graveyard. And then Spirit will tribute itself. Summon Blue Eyes. Maiden triggers, summon Maiden. Banish Wishes to equip Neo. Neo is in the spell trap. And then you Synchro Summon for 9. So that's the play. And then you have Majesty and Effect Veiler as other pieces of interaction. And if your opponent does nib you, you still have, you lose the Spirit, but you have 2 other pieces of interaction. And if you get Roar, you can play through by, instead of getting the Majesty, you get Roar. So if you want to safely play around Nibiru, it looks like this. I've lost the Roar. So it looks like this, passing on just Spirit plus Veiler instead. And then if they Nibiru you, you lose that. You get a Nibiru token. You can normal summon Effect Veiler and roar out a Blue Eyes anyways. And then synchro that into a second Spirit. But Spirit's amount of interaction is quite variable. So I prefer to have Effect Veiler plus Majesty. I think the Roar line with single Sage is better because you lose to Nibiru either way. You can have Majesty plus Veiler or double Spirit. And if they don't, so you have to make the call when you search with Wishes, what you're going to go for. The other way... I can safely eat it. Okay, so the last starter with the Blue Eyes engine is Wishes. So you can activate Wishes, discard your worst card. Ether's not the worst card. You get Sage here. And again, right now you have to make the call if you want to get Majesty or Roar. And in this combo, I go for Majesty. Because Sage... no. I get Sage. I'm sorry. I get Sage Majesty here because you haven't used True Light yet, and you're not going to activate it until the end phase, so it doesn't matter what you get. That goes to Grave, summon Sage. Sage gets Maiden. Link Sage into Spirit. Spirit gets Mausoleum. Activate both of them. So activate Mausoleum. Send Blue Eyes to the graveyard. Activate Maiden. Place True Light. Then Spirit tributes to summon Blue Eyes. Maiden will summon herself. Banish Wishes. This gets equipped. Then you Synchro Summon for a Spirit. And you set the Majesty. You can keep the Roar, but if they Nibiru you, so you go to end phase, they Nibiru this, you get the token. You don't have another tuner, because this was just random cards. So you have Majesty as the interaction. Or you can try to use True Light to... You can use True Light here to set Roar from deck or summon a Blue Eyes. But either way, it amounts to you summoning a Blue Eyes. And there's nothing else you can do because you started with Wishes. All right, I need to remind myself because there was one play. Okay, so the other play, the other Sage play is normal summon Sage, get Maiden, send Maiden to the grave for True Light. Link Sage into Spirit. Spirit get Mausoleum. Activate Mausoleum. Send Blue Eyes to grave. And then tribute that for Blue Eyes, Reborn Maiden, Synchro Summon, and at this point, you go to end the main phase, and if they Nibiru you, you can then use True Light to set Wishes, and summon Sage Blue Eyes again, or you can set Majesty in the end phase. That is the proper Sage play. Okay, now I'll show you the Primite starts because they're similar, but they require also a Blue Eyes card. If you have only Primite, you're not getting to your Blue Eyes engine. So you start with either Ether or Lordly Load, either way, and then you get Drill Beam. So Drill Beam is in play somewhere. Let's say we did it that way. You link Ether off into Spirit. Spirit gets the field spell. Activate the field spell. Send Blue Eyes to the graveyard. And then at this point, you can Lordly Load to special summon a Blue Eyes from your deck or from your graveyard. At this point, you need to decide if you can activate Drill Beam. If you cannot, you summon Blue Eyes from your graveyard and link into Spheres. And then on their turn, you tribute Spheres, bounce their card, summon the other Blue Eyes from your deck, and then at that point, your Drill Beam is live. So that's the order in which you have to do it. If you have only Primite stuff, if you don't have other cards, this is what you have to do. If you have other things, then the plays change completely, and we'll get into the Duelist Cup, not Duelist Cup, World Championship qualifier, and play some games. Okay, I'm going to run a 60-second or a 1 minute 30-second Twitch ad while I use the bathroom again. Yes, now it's time to win. So that was content for YouTube. It was over an hour long going over all the cards, but people need to read their cards, and I like videos where people read the cards. I like when somebody reads the cards to me because I think it's very good practice to go over and good for like hearing it again and again. And as a YouTube video, that's going to live forever and you can just skip it. I'm going to timestamp it. There's some other things I need to cut out. Mrs. Dojo also interrupted me to bring me a peanut butter fluff spoon. I don't know how she ended up with this. That, like, she needed to give it to me. And she asked if I'm capable of eating it, like, without getting it on my beard. And yes, I am. My children are not. But they don't have beards to get it in. They just have a face. I don't know why. When they eat, like, things like this, they just get it all over their face. They have, like, big Joker smile. Okay. We need a... Can we change our accessories? Only the 3 main cards. What do we want to show off? Primite, Blue Eyes, Royal Spirit. Okay. I got a tutorial on how Mimikul works this morning. I woke up and it instantly made me crash out. You fell asleep? Well, I mean, that's good for the YouTuber. Like, if you fell asleep watching their video, then the video played to completion, which is awesome. Okay. Add time, and I'll be right back. No, I woke up and got a duel before starting work. It was Memento Mimikul. Second duel in the cup. The dude's field spell Mystic Minds you, and the monsters summon themselves to your field. That's annoying. And he proceeded to Memento combo me after I was locked down from the field spell and the little flip assholes. That's annoying. Alright, we begin the duels. Our opponent's on a rank up, but we win the flip. Okay. So we have to start wishes here. And we have to discard our worst card. It's either Talons or Nibiru. And I'm going to discard the Nib because I don't want to Nib myself. And I'd rather Talons him. So here, I have to decide what I'm getting now. And I don't have to activate True Light till later in the turn. So I'm going to be Sage, get Maiden, activate Maiden, Reborn, Reborn. So I want the Majesty as a piece of interaction. And you always get Sage. So summon Sage, activate Sage, get Maiden. Activate Maiden. Place True Light. You can put True Light wherever you want. That doesn't matter. And here's Spirit. Activate Spirit. Here it says, add it to your hand. Yes. Add Mausoleum of White to your hand. Yes. Yes is on the right. So you need to be careful with that. Activate Mausoleum. Use it to send Blue Eyes to the graveyard. Spirit, turn into Blue Eyes. Now, because Wishes is in our graveyard, we will activate Wishes to equip Blue Eyes. Activate Wishes. Target our own Blue Eyes. Keep inventory on death. Synchro Summon. I didn't mean to put it in the EMZ. This doesn't go there. I'm setting only Majesty here. So you can get Roar because you don't need to activate True Light at all. And then during the end phase, I will activate the True Light. And I'm going to special summon the Blue Eyes because they have to clear it. I don't want to set Roar because I will set Roar on their turn. And if they were to destroy my True Light, I chain, set Roar. And if I already get the Roar, like then it's the same outcome. So here I have Maxi plus Spirit. And Spirit can kind of protect your Maxi. So watch this. Maxi, and if he has Called By, I can chain Spirit, but he's got 60 cards. So he goes straight for Shadow Mist here. He's going to add a change quick play spell, which I will allow because I'm going to destroy with Majesty when he activates his change spell. Because he's trying here to play around Maxi by not special summoning. Okay, he goes for Mask Change now. We're going to chain Majesty. He loses his guy, and he needs a second change. He needs a second Mask Change to be able to dodge the Majesty. And then at that point, we still just destroy Dark Law, whoever comes out. Like, there's not beating Majesty because it doesn't target. I'm going to leave my Spirit here. He would start with Regeki or something. So he's down 4,000 life. Under Max C. Okay, he goes for Vion. That's fine. I'll allow it. He dumps another Shadow Mist. Fine. It can't activate because it's only one effect per turn, and only once that turn. Okay, Honest Neos makes this guy big. Fine. He wants to banish it. Nope, he's going to go battle here. So, at this point, he's kind of forcing me to tag out. So I'm going to tag out. He doesn't chain, so my tag out is safe. So I'm going to tag into Ulti Spirit, into Anima Zone. People will tell you all the time about Anima Zone, but it doesn't matter. He can now bop over Blue Eyes, which is fine. That's totally fine because I'm going to let it die. Now I have an on-field negate for another card he activates. End of the battle phase. Okay, he's going to add a Polymerization from deck to hand. I'm going to let him banish, add the poly, and then I'm going to negate the poly. I have Purge online. So Purge here is actually better because Purge stops the search. He's normal summoned the Vion, and he doesn't get the poly as the next play, and he loses his Vion. So now I can't activate Magna or Ash for the rest of the duel. But the duel is over. This does nothing unless he has another Honest Neos. I lose my Ulti Spirit here, but it brings back the other spirit. I'm going to summon it in attack position. And he scoops. Extremely easy win. Okay. 1-0. We keep going. Okay. Rank up game. We're on the draw, which is okay. We have 3 Foolos in our deck and a smattering of other hand traps. I haven't done a count. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, plus 6 is 19. So we have 19 hand traps. Our opponent's on Bingo Machine Go. So let's see how he plays this, because I'm not convinced about Bingo Machine Go. Because it's random. So you can get Wishes, Sage, Maiden. Oh wait, spell traps or cards? Spell traps. So he got Wishes, Roar, Majesty, which is not what I want to add. I bet if you had 3 Blue Eyes in deck, they would be in hand right now. Possibly. Didn't you learn from last time to stop preying on noobs? No, because this is the World Championship qualifier. I am going to imperm here. He can still make Spirit. He got one of these randomly, but I don't want him to have the Drill Beam. So we go negate this, and now we're behind. If he has Wishes, if it's Majesty or Roar, that's fine. So he has Wishes or Majesty or Roar. He gets Spirit. Spirit is another very good card to stop, but I would rather stop the Ether so then I don't have to fight through Drill Beam. Okay, he did get Wishes, so he's just godlike. Okay, Majesty, Sage. Majesty, Sage, and he used Wishes. Okay, second normal summon. So this is going to be a hand that's very hard to beat. So he got lucky with the bingo. Majesty is terrible there. And Roar doesn't do very much. Roar lets you make seals. He's used Wishes, so he sets Ultimate Fusion. Oh my goodness, he's on Bingo and Ultimate Fusion. I guess if you're on Bingo, you should be on Ultimate Fusion so that you can resolve it later. And right here, because he's used everything, he gets all of his money taken by Nibiru when he summons the Maiden. So I would let him Synchro Summon, let him summon again if he wants to, and then Nibiru him. So Nibiru is quite good, but I just didn't draw it. I drew 2 Blue Eyes instead. And Roar? How did he get... Oh, the Roar was from Wishes. So here he goes... Either he's on double Spirit or double 12s, which is hard to beat for going second for Ether Wishes. We'll see how we can play this. Because Spirit can also dodge Drill Beam, and that's frustrating. Okay, so I think he got the Majesty. Or did he not? He did get Majesty. He got Majesty, Sage with Wishes. So he either had Wishes. Hopefully he didn't miss much. No, we are 1-0 in the cup right now. We're going to start Ether. Use Ether. Because I'd rather him negate this than load. He Valors it. Yes. Not yet. Possibly, because he can tag these out. He's got a Majesty and Ultimate Fusion to pop. So I go load, he Ultimate Fusion pop. No. He doesn't here. Interesting. But the spirits beat me. Now I lose Ether. So this is how Ultimate Fusion is good. We load. And something of note is that True Light doesn't activate if it gets banished. Dark Magician one does, but not True Light. So here, our last card is Wishes. Is the new Crystron stuff good? I have not a clue. It's like top 16 regionals, top 32 YCS. Like, that's the level it's at. So now he goes for this. He negates Wishes, and we cannot win this game. He's going for double 12, so he's just wasting our time now. Because the second one you don't need to do. You can leave it on the field. Because if I have a way to, like, discard... If my last cards were, like, Maiden Roar... That's foolish. Pulled 3 of the UR monster, the main deck one. I don't know what card that is. Okay, so I'm not sure we could have won that last game because, again, we opened 2 Blue Eyes, and that is why I'm playing 42 cards for a... It's literally a 0.01% chance. It's like 3 point... Or no, it's 0.1. It's like 3.9. Okay, so this hand is kind of upsetting, but it's fine. So we start load and see if we can get the Ether. These are targets to stop. We don't get Ether, but we have the Drill Beam. So I'm going to Wishes, pitch Wishes, and pray that this doesn't... Oh, this can't get ashed because he ashed that. So here, we're going to get Majesty and Sage. You can get Roar. And he scoops. He's seen enough. That happens a lot, too. We level up. 100 gems. And keep going. Sundry is double mad. He's getting every UR that's not a Clockwork Knight, but he wants the Knight, and they didn't drop the Battle Wasp stuff. Well, maybe you shouldn't play bad decks. Sunder, do you remember what those swing songs were called? Okay, so this game, I have no action at all. I would much happier going second, but you don't get to see your hand before you pick, so we pass. Speaking of bad decks, while you were busy, you were playing Tenpai. Your version of Tenpai is very bad. Well, it depends. Okay, he starts Thubellion. We're going to let it resolve. Branded is very popular right now. So this could be Centaurion, could be Branded, but he is on 60 cards. So that makes me think Branded. New Frontier. Okay, I've not ever seen this played. I've only seen the art. Send a Red Eyes spell. What? Okay. We're going to Ash Blossom Red Eyes Fusion then. Okay, you don't have Called by the Grave. It's the same list as when Tenpai was at full power, except you cut some cards. Yeah, cut 2 Chundra, a Summoning, and 2 Kaimin. Okay, so he has a Magna in hand. Mausoleum doesn't combo me. So I'm just going to pass again, because playing Mausoleum does nothing but turn off Fuelos. You're so mad. Why are you mad? You forgot to disenchant Kaimin. What is that? 3. Oof, that's rough. The bans do keep me logging into my alt. There was a long time I didn't log into it. So he doesn't know that we have a second Ash Blossom. And I feel like he's really mad right now. Like, he's got to be so fuming mad. If he goes Magnemute, is he going to special summon from the extra deck again this turn? I think he's not. So I'm just going to fire off Max C now. Because these cards have to summon from the extra deck. And I can still Fuelos if he does it. Like, I don't have cards in the field, so I get to keep Fuelos. The reason to fire Fua first... I think I imperm this so he doesn't play the game. I don't know what dragon he gets. Black metal? If he's playing Red Eyes stuff? Okay, Taiyu, sure. Or Eclipse. Okay, so Magna resolves and he gets a search in the end phase. I would get Albion here. Unless he gets Druis or something. Albaz, not what I would get. Okay, and now we draw a starter. It's that easy, boys. Okay, I'm not going to Fuelos because he's not going to summon from the extra deck this turn. Sage Effect. He has no response. His Magnemute is face down. He has nothing in the graveyard. And no... I was thinking the order I want to do this. Because I have Mausoleum in hand. But it's still Spirit here. What is he thinking about? Does he add one monster that mentions Albaz? Only use each effect once per turn. Okay, so he added a second Albaz. That's fine. We need to make sure to get Majesty for when he summons Albaz. Why did he add Albaz then? I don't know. He has 2 Albaz. Okay, Ghost Bell. So he has Ghost Bell, 2 Albaz. So we can get... Oh, we have Mausoleum. We're good. We're good. Watch this. So we set Wishes. So we only have one set card to play through because he has 2 Albaz in his hand. So Wishes discard. We need to get the Roar, frick. Because this was used. But we're fine. Get Roar, Sage. So we are afraid of Alba Lenitus. But that's totally fine. So we Roar. Get a Blue Eyes. Oh no, I needed to not get the Blue Eyes from deck. That was a mistake. Because my play was going to be Mausoleum target Maiden, but you need to have the thing left in your deck. This is okay. We'll recover. So we have no way to target our Maiden here. So, because Maiden was going to be our second Blue Eyes. Because if we summon Sage, Synchro Summon, then send target Maiden, we can reborn the Blue Eyes. Blue Eyes get sent. So we should have second Blue Eyes here, but we just don't because I messed up. Because I summoned from deck from another heuristic that's what you should do. Because you don't want to draw more Blue Eyes. So here, we can Lightstorm pop. We've used this effect. So I'm going to Synchro Summon Spirit. And we do get eaten by Albaz here. So what is that trap card? Special summon an Albaz or a monster that mentions it from your hand. What? You can activate one of these. Okay, so he's doing that. And then he's going to fusion now. So we need to turn into Spirit to negate. So New Frontier is actually putting us in a bad spot, and I should have double 9s, which is double 12s, which is game-winning almost all the time. Activate Albaz. I dare you. He just loses a card for no reason if he does. Okay, he doesn't. So now I can turn that into Spirit, but that doesn't do anything. So this turns back into Other Spirit. So he did force the Spirit activation here. So this gets destroyed. And he can eat this Spirit by contacting. So he has another Albaz in hand. And a mystery set. Albaz, mystery, mystery. And it's not called by. I don't think it's imperm. He would have impermed Sage. Yeah, flip Magnamode is fine. He can make Chaos Angel. I couldn't Synchro Summon Baron because I used Roar. So summoning, I'm most upset now that I had in my head that I wanted to Mausoleum target Maiden and didn't. Okay, he goes Verte here, which is totally fine. He's playing so bad. I wish you could check their deck because he has New Frontier in his deck. So I don't think... Hello, Tresco. Welcome to the dojo. How are you doing? There's some who call me Tim. Okay, so we Veiler the Verte. If he attacks Maiden, I think we summon Sage, but I'm not sure. Okay, this is a Typhon here. Okay. So he has Albaz, Mystery Card, Mystery Set. Bouncer guy, that's fine. Either one. Does he attack Maiden here? Okay, we activate Maiden. Impulse. He drew Impulse. That's fine. With no other traps in the grave. That's fine. We let him eat our Maiden. So he has one Mystery Set and an Albaz in hand that we have to fight with New Frontiers. So we will special Blue Eyes. Reborn Maiden. He can set the Albaz, but he can't contact Fuse because he Typhoned. So we have a single set to deal with. Okay, we have another Veiler. So we can Wishes for Veiler Majesty now. So a problem with Wishes now is that you're also going to run out of tunas to search. So I get Majesty, and I can get Maiden or Veiler. I'm going to get the Veiler. I can Wishes equip. Attack. Set Imperm with Tyrant and have Majesty. Or I can attack, make Spirit, but I'm out of other Spirit. So I can't make a second Spirit. Because I goofed earlier. So we equip this. Make next Tyrant. So that's why second Tyrant is relevant. This has to be a Forbidden Droplet to beat my Tyrant. Oh, he summons Albaz. That's right. But he doesn't have anything to fuse with it. So I kill Typhon. Tyrant will set Imperm here. I kill Albaz. So this game is only lasting this long because I've misplayed. And again, I forgot right now that I turn Maiden into Spirit. And then Synchro Summon again. So that's why that game lasted so long. That deck got revived. What deck? Blue Eyes or Branded? Branded's been very good. He was playing New Frontier, searched Albaz twice. Like, I don't know what he was doing. He also went for Verte and Red Eyes Fusion very aggressively. I don't understand what he's trying to do. Okay, we opened double Primites, which I see way more often than I would like to. He's on Primite. We Veiler the Ether and pray. Yeah, Branded is more popular because of the new pack. The new pack, you can, if you were looking at Untapped, the win rate of Branded has gone down from like 56 or 58 or something like that to like 52 after the new pack. Okay, he links anyways. And we have no responses, so we sit back. It got second Branded Fusion, which matters a lot. but not bozos have to play it. I also think it being the starter deck, like, brings down its win rate on Untapped. Okay, I don't think we win this game. I don't know. We have Ether Map. We have Load if he negates Ether. We might. We have 4 pieces of action that are all different. Ether Load is a little bit redundant. And if I set Drill Beam, I can't use it. So maybe I load Search instead of starting Ether. Who was that? Sage, Roar. Dump second Blue Eyes, sure. Maybe we do want to play more copies of Nibiru. But I'd cut Fuuloses for them, I think. There's Neo. And now he's going to Synchro. Okay, he roars here. It doesn't matter because he gets Nibiru'd any which way. I don't have it. At this point, I'm going to have full Mimighoul and Crystron Core before single Clockwork Knight. That's kind of funny. What is he doing? Okay, Dragluxion plays is not something I've seen in Blue Eyes. So now he's going to Tachyon stuff, which is new and interesting. I don't know that it's better, because Tachyons require you to play a number of bricks, and he could have just made like double 12s, but we'll see what he's up to. Okay, he has Transmigration. Second Sage here. Sage target Sage, not Maiden, I think is a mistake, because Maiden would trigger. Because he would still have a Sage and then just reborn another guy. Okay, what does he do here? So he could have an extra level 1 on the field. Because he would have Sage here. Maiden turns into Jet, and then Maiden reborns a level 1 or level 8. So he could reborn Sage or Jet. I mean Blue Eyes. Alright. So he has Tachyon Transmigration, which requires a Tachyon monster if you control a Galaxy Eyes monster, which this is not. So where's his Galaxy Eyes? I wish we could see it. Yeah, me too. You cannot see Duelist Cup decks or Worlds decks or whatever. I'm going to call it Duelist Cup so many times. He should have an extra 1. So now he makes a Galaxy Eyes. Where's your Galaxy Eyes? He doesn't have a Galaxy Eyes. So one of these is Majesty. So he can't activate Transmigration. Oh, wait. Galaxy Eyes, Tachyon. If you control a Galaxy Eyes monster. So Tachyon Dragon does turn it on. Primal. So this is actually tough here, because I can't Drill Beam to respond. So we have to start map. We don't have a choice. Map get Sage. I have the things, so I'd rather my Ether. I'm gonna need to normal summon again, so I need the Ether to resolve. So we're gonna play Load. Does this. Shuffle the negated cards on the field into the deck. So if we summon Ether, we lose it. Okay, he can attach that as material, which is fine. Okay, we're going to Drill Beam this to turn off Transmigration here. Tachyon stuff and Blue Eyes is new text. So we have Majesty, Spirit, Jet to deal with. Plus Ultimate. Okay. Now our Ether can at least turn into Spirit. Okay, we set this. Reset Drill Beam. And we can also Typhon, like this is a Typhon spot. Okay. So Spirit Dragon will now tag into Ulti Spirit, or not. So we could go straight Typhon, but Typhon doesn't win because he has 2 3,000 attack monsters. So Imperm this is big suck. Because now I can't get Mausoleum, can't summon Sage. So my last play is Roar. I can Roar out Blue Eyes. Oh, I'm sorry, Tresco. We're not doing viewer duels today. Hello, Pride. So if we Roar, we can't Typhon. So we Typhon, but look, if we make Seals, Seals doesn't win the game either. Yeah, your Clips lead, you're the only one with a clip. Nobody else thinks I'm funny. Okay, so at this point, he has everything, and I have nothing. I have no interruption, so it's not worth continuing to play. I wish I could see his deck. We had a valiant effort, but you cannot see your opponent's decks in Worlds matches. So we lost the flip and couldn't play through all of his interaction. Our only interaction didn't stop him. And that, unfortunately, is the game. There's a lot of games like those where you just can't win. I don't have streamer.bot right now. Oops. Don't look at that. I will look into it. I wrote it down to look into it. Okay, so starting Lurie, we're gonna Ash. Yeah, classic non-game. I don't know. We had a game there. It's just that he had so much interaction. And my cards, it couldn't push through it. Yeah, this looks good going second. I agree. There's Drill Beam again. So we activate Load. Get Ether. Droll. Normal summon Ether. So this is probably, like, a bunch of Bestials. Okay, Ogre this. That's annoying. Because now I can't summon Sage. So this is Blue Eyes Pass. How's WCQ going? We are 2-3 or 3. We are 3-2 right now. That's how it's going. We lost 2 non-games. And like that's a non-game for him. So now we're 4-2. Level 12. Get some gems. And more gems. Since Pride is here, I would like to remind everybody that Pride of the Duelist this month is June 28th, and you can register in Pride's Discord. I believe my exclamation mark POTD still works. I might have changed it or not updated it. Let me look. It is. But it's still there, but I didn't update that the date is announced. Now, what's the code since you're praying on noob since I'm a noob? Is that still my stream title? I see Blue Eyes 101. It is. Well, it shouldn't be. Hold on. You see evil duel rooms? Well, that's not what it should be. Okay, now he maxes. I don't see myself because I'm not here. Hold on. I'll have to check this game after this game. Wishes. Pitch True Light. Get Roar. He's maxed me. I'll get Valor here. Magna doesn't do anything we want. So we'll Maiden for True Light here. Activate the Mausoleum. Pride sleeps in. He doesn't wake up early. He needs that beauty sleep. So here we don't have another card to set, so we can summon, but it would be 3 draws to synchro summon, or 2 draws to seals, which is not what I want to do. So this is the spot where we can't activate True Light to set. So we just have to hope Majesty, Magnamut, Valor is enough into 5 cards. Sam, you also, you take a nap every day at 10 a.m. You come into my stream, you're like, good morning, I'm going to take a nap. Okay, we're going to Majesty this and pray that he doesn't have Called By. He does have Called By, but we have True Light. So why am I still Evil Duel Room? That fix it. Look at my blue eyes on the field. Goodbye. Okay, I must have just literally missed hitting done, which is stupid. Like, oopsie poopsie. What is this? Oh, that's a light? Cool. Sure. So now we have Magnamute for Engraver and Veiler for Sequence. And he's normal summoned. So what does he go for here? So again, this is another situation where Trulate was able to dodge Called by the Grave because he tried to Called by so that I couldn't Majesty his Primite. And now he loses his Engraver. And he'd have to negate Magnamute specifically. Otherwise, Magnamute, like, he loses the Engraver. Like, if he has his own Bestial and wants to eat his own Engraver to prevent Magnamute, Engraver still goes away. So now he can Talons me. Oh, he's going to Purge, but he has no trap. That's fine. So we have Veiler into his last card. Did I deny Maiden? I must have clicked no on Maiden. Okay, there's another Wishes, so now I can't activate Wishes at all. Because I have nothing left in deck. I'm going to turn this into Tyrant. And he has Requiem in the grave, so we want to Synchro Summon. So he's just super dead here. So we special Blue Eyes. And the other option right now is set Wishes from deck. So that's why people play Ultimate Fusion. Oh, Spirit locks me out of Maiden. That's why. All right. This is fine. So here he's just ultra dead. This was just a non-game. I had enough interaction and he did not. So right here, I want to use Mausoleum to target the Maiden, but I can't because I'm out of space. So if I put one of these in the EMZ, I could have done that, but it just doesn't matter. I'm attacking with Tyrant here. It's less damage, but if he has a Bestial, Tyrant can clear it. Spirit Dragon can negate this at any point. And this is 8,000. So if I attack, he has a Bestial, which he hasn't had a response yet, so I think it's Lacrima in the grave. It is. Did I put out the announcement in Discord? Okay, I did, because I often forget to also do that. And it's like we're 2-3 hours late. $25. In for 25. Blue Eyes, White Lightning attack. I'm sorry, Spider-Man. You're finished. He unfortunately did not stand a chance. Because I had Majesty Veiler there, I was able to pass into the Maxi and just hope. Again, we win the flip, which is very important. Okay. Load Wishes is good. Majesty is not. Because you want to search them, because you want to resolve wishes. So we start load. And denying your opponent access to Mausoleum is actually important. So you want to stop both Ether and Mausoleum. Not activate. Link summon. Don't activate your Ether. Link summon with it. Add Mausoleum to hand. Don't send it to grave. Okay. Order here doesn't matter. I have to discard one of these. And if I get Sage... No. This doesn't search for Sage. I think we discard Purge. Get Roar. Sage. Normal summon. And again, I'm not going to play through Nibiru, play around Nibiru here. He has 60 card deck. Place True Light. Activate Spirit. Summon Blue Eyes. Summon Maiden. We've all seen this before. Get Neo in the grave. Now we'll Synchro Summon a first time before we activate True Light. There's some debate whether or not you should Synchro with Maiden first, because if I end my turn right here, Maiden can be attacked and trigger, or if I Synchro with the Maiden, she can be reborn, but I'm not using it. Like I'm using Maiden as material either way. So another thing you sometimes want to do is set all your cards before you like finish your Synchro chain and try to pass the turn really, really quickly. I could Roar. No, if I Roar, the other Blue Eyes, Drill Beam gets turned off. So I am relying on this Blue Eyes as a piece of interaction here. And he has 6 cards, so we'll see. He is on 60, though. All right, Fusion Deployment is fine. Yeah, 60 is usually branded. Here's Albaz. Does he activate? Because I will get a priority pass. Okay, so at this point, I need to get rid of it. So I can either Majesty or Drill Beam, and I'm going to Majesty because I can drill beam to protect other things. So look at my blue eyes. Goodbye, Albaz. So this forces interaction here instead of not. Branded in red. I will allow it. If he goes... No, he can't make Chimera here. He has to banish at least 2 guys from hand to do anything, and I have Drill Beam, Ash, Spirits. Okay, Merc, Tragedy. To make Quoritus. Sure. These both trigger. So he has Albaz. +2. Setting Albaz is a problem here. And there's nothing I can do about that. Because I've used Majesty, so perhaps I should have thought about that if he was going to get it back. But getting it back is not super likely. So I can tag out into other dragons, but it doesn't stop Albaz. So I'd rather just put my spirits in the graveyard and leave them all in the extra deck. Okay, Aluber Cartesia. Aluber Cartesia Albaz is what he has. Okay, this is Albaz, and now I can't do anything, and he's just going to contact with my field. So I should have Drill Beamed the first one, Majesty this one, and then he summons Cartesia and continues playing. But now I'm in a very bad spot. So there's Alba Lenitus. I'm going to summon Blue Eyes from my grave in defense here, because this makes it 0. To turn on Drill Beam again. So Cartesia, Aluber. He can special Cartesia. There she is. Cartesia, Aluber. Okay, I will let him fusion summon, and then Drill Beam whatever he fuses. Cartesia, Aluber to Grand Guignol. Sure. So he has 2 mystery cards left. I'm going to Drill Beam this so that Grand Guignol can't trigger later. Aluber does trigger. And he gets that back. But he has to target Maiden. And then Maiden will summon back the other Blue Eyes. So it's the same outcome as like going to battle and attacking it. Except he has the Aluber. But I don't want him to Grand Guignol. So he has another Quickie. So we summon a second Blue Eyes here. Aluber comes out. Thrust. I think we Ash this. And then pray that his last card is not Branded Fusion. Because it's a quick effect. If it's called by, it doesn't matter. Okay. Oh no, his quick effect is Quoritus, so this could still be anything. So right now he has no interaction. and 1 mystery card in hand. Make everybody 0 is the only interaction he has. And we can't even get the next wishes in the graveyard. So here, I would want Ultimate Fusion. I think I want to put Ultimate Fusion in. Because, again, this is another grind game where I need to resolve the wishes again. Okay, so what is this? I don't think it's Imperm. I lose my Maiden, that's fine. I can turn these to attack, threaten, battle. Attack, attack. This gets a fusion. No, we need to make a spirit again. Oh, this can attack everybody? Fine. Okay, so he has 1 mystery set and no interaction, but he does have things that can work. Okay, Wishes is useless here. We use Ether. Wishes could be an Ultimate Fusion. So this can summon. So we summon Ether. Ether. Set a load. The title has changed now. Yeah, I fixed it. Activate the other load. Get another Ether. So how can I get this Wishes in the graveyard? I don't have anything to destroy. I need to... link Seals here. Which is kind of funny. Because I need to re-summon the Blue Eyes. I set Wishes from deck, which is not what I want. We could go Dark Storm or Light Storm. Effect. We could set it. Pop Wishes. Turn this into second Blue Eyes. Okay, Light Storm effect comes up. Target. Target. No. Branded Banishment. Okay. Spirit. And I have a Primite in hand, so I can... Okay. Flash Frost, thank you. Thank you for the raid. We are doing some World Championship qualifier with Blue Eyes. How are you doing? Hope you were not hit with an ad. No, I'm not going to do that. Equip Blue Eyes with Tyrant. Link Summon Tyrant. Now we clear his field. Because this is level 8 or higher fusion. And we can roar back Blue Eye. Oh, shit. I meant to summon Tyrant, or not Tyrant. My other guy before to not trigger this. You got good luck. You have to head out. That's fine. You were doing ranked ladder with Melodious, and you got to do the championship qualifier tomorrow. That's cool. Okay. I misplayed because I told myself I was going to summon Spirit Dragon with Roar because I had Blue Eyes, but then I just failed to do so. So we kill. Yeah, he can summon Quem or something. But we have Seals, Drill Beam. Continue main phase? No. Okay, so this summons a Despia. And I get to reset Purge or Majesty. Let's hit him with a Majesty because we have Drill Beam. So Flash Raiders, how was the stream? Did Flash win a whole bunch? I can summon another Blue Eyes. I think this is a mistake because I want to Maiden. Hello, Johnson. Hi, I was over on Twitch, but it's lagging for me. I have a question. I looked at the Pokemon community game. How much does a Magikarp use withdraw? How much does a flopping fish make an avalanche? So this is just like lore. It's just lore. Like, imagine that, like, so like Magcargo is the snail, and the Pokedex description says it's hotter than the sun. So like a kid is writing the Pokedex entries. Did he not trigger Quaritus? All right. Cartesia, Brafu, +1. And yeah, Johnson, I'm multi-streaming, so everyone can pick where they want to hang out. If people want to hang out on YouTube, that's cool. I've yet to figure out how to do viewer dual queue between both, but we'll figure it out. He shouldn't have. Oh no, I was gonna Quaritus. No, he shouldn't have the Branded Fusion. Summon Quem is fine. Because I can Majesty both of these if he activates Cartesia. And I Drill Beam the Fusion. I mean, the moveset in the Pokemon card game. I'm not doing viewer duels today unless I get to level 20 on the Duelist Cup. But the Cup games are going slow. So, like, this game is almost 20 minutes. Like, it's not quick. He can add back Retribution. I mean, Branded in Red. Yeah, he can add back Red. Yeah, Blue Eyes is actually a slow controlling grindy deck. And like, despite being 3,000 attack and having a bunch of huge fatties, the deck is somehow not good at killing. And one of these should be... No, I almost got mad at myself that I could load and then roar, but that doesn't work. Target Albaz? Sure. And Majesty doesn't target, so even if he fuses with Cartesia, it's when it resolves. And I thought about destroying one of my loads here, and I probably should have for space. Because I had his set, which was Banishment, my set, which was Wishes. Okay, banishes Albaz Cartesia. Summon Albion. That's fine. That's perfectly fine because I can't target it, but I don't want to. So I Drill Beam Fusion, pop both of these. He can reborn either thing with Quem, but then I Seals bounce the fusion. Like, he's finished. I am going to use Drill Beam on Branded Fusion, 100%. My light up here keeps making my face dark because it's like shading my head and then the camera's focusing up here. Okay, use the Drill Beam that I showed you. Show a card in your hand? No. Look at my blue eyes. He shouldn't have even had that Branded Fusion because I misplayed. He can Aluber. If I pop. So I'll do that in end phase. Come on, Branded player. Aluber is your only play left. And it isn't even a play. I just turn everything to attack position and you die. It's also taking a long time because he refuses to give up. Yes. Yes. This turn has been 4 minutes, and he doesn't need 4 minutes to concede. Time limit win. Yeah. About right. 21 minutes for a game. Insane. Okay, I'm going to add Ultimate Fusion. It's not a starter. So do I still have the other? No. So let's move it over. So in a 43 card deck, how many starters do I have? Is 4, 10, 11, 14, 15 in 5 cards. So I'm 89% chance to get a starter, almost 90. In 42, it's 90.5. My face is in the way, I'm sorry. So 90.5 if 42 cards. 43 barely changes it. What's the chance of drawing bricks in your starting hand? It depends on what we count. So it is Blue Eyes, True Light, Mausoleum. I would say those are the only 4 bricks. So we have 4 bricks. Fua gives us 7. Nib going first gives us 8. So there's 8 cards we really don't want to draw. Majesty Roar is also 2 other cards we don't want to draw. So 75% chance to draw one of those cards we'd prefer not to draw, including Fuelos going first. Like, you want Fuelos going second, but not going first. And Nibiru going second, not going first. So, like, that's 6 cards, which is 54%, which is still over half. Ultimate Fusion is something you don't want in your starting hand, but is another piece of interaction, and I'm going higher deck count. So, like, I could put in another map and another hand trap or something. Yeah, 13% chance of having more than one of, like, the actual dead cards, because that's Fua and Nib. And Roar Majesty gets less bad when you have Ultimate Fusion in your deck. So, like, let's count it as 5 because you still want 2 in your deck. Or, like, you need 1 in your deck to resolve. So, it's less than 10% to draw multiples of cards you don't want to draw. We have 15 starters. Chance of drawing at least 1 is almost 90. And then hand traps is 3 Valor, 2 Maxi, 3 Ash, 3 Fua is 11, 12, 13, 19. 19 applicable hand traps. Sometimes they don't apply, but 95% to draw at least 1 and at least 2 is 74%. So I have been hydrating. So my setup, I can't show the rest of my room, but there's a fan over here drying me out. It's super hot. So I've been like hydrating like crazy. I need a refill and I need to use the little streamer's room once again. So we're going to run an ad on Twitch. Nope, I cannot because I ran one earlier. It's okay. Ad is far away. Is there a shorter ad? How do we do it? Okay, I'm going to run a 60-second commercial and see if that works. Please remember your stream is still live and not everybody will get an ad. Yes, I know. I'm sorry. You just have to wait. Okay. We return to the grind. Save. Okay, we're 0-0. But our match history is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 2. So actually, okay, let me see where I want to put that. I think I want to put it down here. Is that fine? We're going first with a Fua. No thanks. Okay, we go first with Maiden. Set wishes. Activate wishes. Discard. get Majesty, get Sage. So another thing about Ultimate Fusion is another piece of disruption if you have Blue Eyes on the field. Droll. Droll. Okay, so here we could normal Kaiser, Link Spirit, dump Blue Eyes. We could also make a Baron. Remember, guys, do not... So here, drawing Kaiser is actually really good. I'm not gonna... Don't activate your guy under Droll and Lockbird because it will not work. It will put it in the graveyard and you will be very sad. So I don't have a Blue Eyes, but I have a True Light. Okay, here's Blue Eyes. Wild Abra appears. That's a good guy. Nobody take my Abra. Anyone who takes my Abra gets timed out. Because I think it works like that. Go. Or I'll make you trade something for my Abra. You get the choice. Battle phase? Okay, so if he has... Oops, I should have True Lighted first. Exactly, that's why. Because my Drill Beam would protect it. Because I could True Light. It doesn't matter, because it's still 2 pieces of interaction. So we do this here to play around evenly, and we just lose our thing. So we would have Ultimate Spirit, Drill Beam that, Ultimate Spirit, negate Abra, escaped, upset. Evenly. There it is. Get Drill Beamed. Okay, we're gonna Majesty this and hope that this is enough to stop him. So look at my Blue Eyes. Okay, it is. There's also games like that. So we are... That's another win. Oops. It goes away. I wish I could leave it open. What is this, Lincoln Park? We have Magna Ash. And we pray it's good enough against the Blue Eyes Mirror. Okay, Engraver here is good, because this is Fiendschmidt. And we get to take his Engraver. He gets to Dippity and still do things? No. He needs a normal summon. This is Requiem. I'm toggle off. He's not going to summon Engraver now. That's insane. He was checking for a response with the Requiem. So that's fine. Now Engraver. So that was a quick blip there. That's also fine. Okay, so now he's getting response windows. So now he knows I have not max C. Fusion summon, sure. Here's Lacrima. And his normal summon can still make sequence. That's annoying. Because he wants this to be sequence. But I'm going to banish Engraver. And then he needs to find a way to second Engraver. Okay, so now you have to fusion something else that's not Desiree. You have to have cross out for Magna. Or Impulse. No, can't be Impulse. I have no cards. You're a light deck anyways. Okay, go ahead and fuse. What does he make? Rextreminade. Okay, dumps Max C. He's going to dump Engraver here. Make a huge Rextreminade, maybe? Okay, Ashes this. That's okay. One mystery card plus everything known. So we can summon... I main Blue Eyes. I use Princess to get Max, summon out Magia first turn. Magia is not competitive. You can put up so much more disruption if you don't go for Magia. Last card, Sengenjin. It's kind of frustrating. All right, so he did play well. So we have to hope our interaction gets him. So here's Golem. Golem summons Temple. Searches Temple, but he has no second monster. He has Engraver that can activate. He can make Agnum Day. He can Tract. He would need to summon Engraver, Tract, and then Desiree Link 3. Okay, Agnum is also a manual effect. What's he doing? Adding back Engraver, which he somehow hasn't used. Summon big Rextreminade. Okay, no effects, but be big towers. And we can Drill Beam 1. Possibly Lightstorm Dragon both. Temple, place Engraver, or Engraver. Okay, Engraver Grave still hasn't been used. Shield, sure. Doomed. Okay, push back my Magnemute. Fine. Photon Lord? Draglubion. Or Dragluxion. This is the second time I've seen it today. Get Tachyon. Summon Hope Harbinger and search the thing. This is actually interesting. Now I think I lose. Because he has Transmigration. Not Caesar, because that's a rock. M7 for max. Lars, sure. Yeah, now we're not winning this. I wish I could see his deck. Blue Eyes White Dragon on top of all this. What a pile. Okay, Tachyon Transmigration. Hope Harbinger, Lars. Top deck Blue Eyes is not it. What do we do, though? So we can Drill Beam the Lars? Or this? Negate one face-up card. So we Drill Beam this? And we can take Hope Harbinger. So look at my Blue Eyes. Okay, now we lose. Normal Summon Sage. If he Transmigrations, And Harbinger protects Lars from being attacked. So Typhon doesn't do it either. And we open 2 of a semi-limited card. Okay, we can't beat that. If I had a nickel for every time I lost to Tachyon, I'd have 2 nickels. Which isn't a lot, but it's weird that it happened twice. Okay, we go first. Okay. This is decent. Ether. Yeah, not just Tachyon. Tachyon stuff in a Blue Eyes deck. Activate load. I wish I had Wishes or Maiden, but I can't discard it here. Yeah, not just Tachyon, but a pile. Okay, negate Spirit here is good. So we're gonna roar and see what he does. That's summon 4 or 3? 1, 2, 3. Seals. I would like to remind everyone that this learning stream is not free. The tuition fee is 1 sub, and all subs go to my children's summer activities of circus camp. Okay, we have Maxi Drill Beam Spheres. He has a nib here. Yep. So I max seed a cantrip and see what happens. Because I draw 2 cards. One. Nice. 2. Nice. We can summon. Okay, shoot. Holy jeez. This unlocks everything. No, we can't activate special summon monsters. So no Magnemute. So we can go Kaiser or Ether. And then what do we do with the Ether? Ether wishes, discard Drill Beam, reset it. But then that doesn't do anything. So we go Kaiser here. And what can we do with Kaiser? Kaiser. Kaiser doesn't summon anything. Let's go Kaiser here. Okay, wishes. Discard Foolos. Get Majesty. Maiden. Activate Maiden. Place True Light. Activate True Light. Special summon a Blue Eyes. Activate Maiden. We could hard make Crimson. Crimson plus another 12, but we can't make Ulti Spirit. So let's look at your hand. I could draw 2 cards, but let's see what we need to do here. Okay, Sage, Maiden Wishes. So Sage gets Maiden or Veiler, so that's redundant. So we can Drill Beam that. Majesty, we take Wishes here. So Sage Maiden is what he has here. So we can Synchro Crimson plus Crimson. That's all we can do. Double Crimson. So I'm just going to leave this here. Set 2. Go. True Light. Special of Blue Eyes. Maiden. So Sage Maiden +1. That's fine. Sure. What is he up to? He has Sage plus a mystery card. I Drill Beam Sage to stop it from doing anything. And I Majesty these two. And then his last card has to be Spirit Dragon. So we Majesty, which he saw us get. Do I turn this into ulti here? I think so, because he can't summon. Like, if it's called by, we still Drill Beam Sage and then win. All right, Sam, thanks for coming by. Food and the like, yeah, that's how it is. Thanks. I don't think we're gonna get there in 1 hour. So we Drill Beam this so it can't turn into the other guy. Spirit. Goodbye. Okay, he scoops. 1 card doesn't beat ulti. Okay, +1. We've played 11 games. Okay, we're on the draw with only Fuelos, which is upsetting. Not much to do. Sure. Dump Albaz directly, okay. Branded in white. We Fool. It's confused from hand, right? It can hand or field, including a dragon, and also banish if you use Albaz. Okay. Sanctifier with Quem in the graveyard. Okay. He thrusts, we purge. So Sanctifier can trigger for Quem, but we're gonna load Maxi. Okay. I think we can get pretty set up. Add Sage. Activate load. Get Ether. Activate Ether. Set the drill beam. I wish it was the other order so it was in hand, but that's fine. Special summon once. Card effect. Add Mausoleum. Activate Mausoleum. Activate Mausoleum. Dump Blue Eyes. Normal summon Sage. Sage effect. Get Maiden. Activate Maiden. Place True Light. Wishes. Discard second wishes. Get Majesty. Veiler. Set Majesty. If I turn this into Blue Eyes, it runs over, but then turns into Quem. During your opponent's turn, target 2. Let's activate this and see what happens. This is his chance to summon Quem. Okay. Second draw. 3 mystery cards. We're not going to Maiden. We will Wishes to make our Blue Eyes bigger. We could give him one more draw to Purge. And I think we should. No, we haven't used True Light. So we're fine. We're not going to give him the draw. Oh, shoot, we need to. Okay, target 2 guys, fine. You give me what, your maxi in attack position? That's fine. Are you taking my Maiden? Yeah, that's fine. Okay, we kill this. Main phase 2. Ultimate Fusion isn't interaction if I get rid of Blue Eyes. So I'll have Drill Beam, Ultimate... Oh, yes, it is. Because I can Reborn. So one more draw. End phase. End phase True Light. Set Ultimate Fusion. Now we can pop a face up. And I'd rather be able to Majesty first. So having to give him 3 cards really sucks. But I think it was worth it. We'll see how it goes. Sark. Okay. Sark for Merc. Merc, get. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4.5 pieces of disruption here. All right. There's Albion. That's fine. Grass. Sure. Okay. Bunch of Saronniers. That's fine. Allure. Branded Opening. Feather Duster. Retribution. Target. High Spirits. All right, we negate this. He doesn't have Branded Fusion yet. So he has to find it. All right, sends a monster. So we... Villimos redeemed Hydrate. Okay, thank you. Activate this. Triple Hydrate. Villy. Maxi. Frick. Villy, how much are you going to make me hydrate? All right, so he gets to... I'm just going to go Light Storm because that's what he's going to negate. Summon my Blue Eyes. He gets one draw. He droplets my Light Storm. Fine. Probably Light Storm's Maxi. Okay, he doesn't. Negate Retribution. Not going to activate either of these. Don't want to Reborn. So we have 1, 2, 3 pops and a negate and vanish. Villy, that's not something you say on stream. Retribution is hard once per turn. Hard use. Dump another opening. Fusion deployment. Fine. We have Drill Beam and Majesty. Oh, Grand Guignol for Cartesia. Fine. Yeah, that's fine. He hasn't normaled, plus 2 cards. Aluber. All right, we Valor this. Drill Beam Cart. Branded in red. Adds Albaz back. Hold on. Add Albaz back. I only have pops here. I didn't want to give him a draw. That's why I didn't Ultimate Fusion. So if I pop Cart, he fuses Albaz and Guy into Dark. This resolves. So I Majesty here. Also, people don't like flu. Well, people never like flu. So you can resolve your Aluber. He gets branded fusion. I have an ultimate fusion, which sucks because drill the red, it's too late. I'm under max C, so I didn't want to ultimate fusion. And he has 2 branded opening in the grave. Okay, there's Albion. So red being the last card was very good. And we beat most other things. And red's a 1 of in a 60 card deck. All right, here's Lubellion. Popping it doesn't do anything. All right, Sword Soul, because the thing was banished, he can reborn Cart or Quem, if Quem's in here. There is a Quem. Okay, here's Mirror Jade. Okay, Reborn Albion. Sure. He does have a Lube in here too. So I'm not excited about popping Quem. I'd rather pop the Lube. Okay, Sword. Can add back Merc. But if he activates Mirror Jade... Okay, he does it in the wrong order. Okay, now we pop the Lube. It's our priority. Merc is the only quick effect here. Oh, shoot, duh. Right, doesn't work. Okay, we put back one of these and this. Okay, Merc, Mystery. Oh, he drew Regain, sure. You can kill these, I guess. Um... You're gonna go? Okay, Billy. Blue Eyes versus Branded games are not hyper interesting. Okay, Cart comes back. That comes back. Merc is in hand. Merc, King, Cart, High Spirits. Merc, King, Cart, High Spirits. Set Retribution. Okay, he's fusing. Discarded king. To make another Mirror Jade. Oh, Star Source. Okay, Light Storm will reset wishes here. Merc, Cart. Oh, Merc can negate here. Okay. Cart, High Spirits, Retribution. And what do I do here? I have no Blue Eyes in play. Summon. Yeah, you can reborn a Bestial, sure. Summon this. We're gonna Tyrant to clear his field again. Oh, shoot. Oh, Mirror Jade. Flip, flip, flip. I still think we Tyrant his field. We're just in a shitty situation. Oh, my other Blue Eyes is banished. Okay, so I misplayed on the Cart summon. So I lose here. Because I didn't want to give him a draw with Ultimate Fusion. Okay. Okay, we keep going. I don't think Ultimate Fusion was bad there. It was actually good. If he goes... So he went Cart, Aluber. I summon... Or I Veiler. I Ultimate Fusion instead. He branded in reds. Adds back Albaz. I have Majesties to still pop 2, so I can pop... I can save the Majesty. Okay, double Maiden Wishes isn't great, but this is fine. This is fine, because we still have Wishes. It's less good, but it's fine. Yes! Driver from hand. I'd rather... Yeah. We'll get Ultimate Fusion and Sage. Normal Summon. Cardo Effecto. Get the Veiler. Droll. There's always that pause that I'm never sure what's happening. Add Mausoleum to hand. Activate Mausoleum. Activate Mausoleum. Also, other than the Mirror Jade, I was feeling good last game. And then Quem brought back Mirror Jade, and I forgot about it. And I was no longer feeling good. So we do get wrecked by Nibiru here. Magna. Ultimate Fusion can't fuse with a spellcaster. So that's really unfortunate. And I think we Ash Magna so that he doesn't do anything. Okay. Now we can Wishes into Tyrant, Roar. No, it was face up. Like, I had perfect information. I just forgot about Quem. Because I wrote down the cards that he had in hand. And I'm like, all right. And set Retribution. Okay, so here, if I go Tyrant, if I go Blue Eyes from deck, link Spirit, Ultimate Fusion does nothing. If I link Tyrant, Roar Blue Eyes from Grave, link Seals, Seals bounce Magnemite is not a winning play. So we sit on this. I'll just make the Tyrant so that he can't target it. I'm not under Maxi. Put it over here. Okay. Oh my god, now I needed to roar. I'm stupid. Because my Ultimate Fusion now doesn't do anything. It potentially stops Abystial if he doesn't hit Sage, if he targets a dragon. So I'm literally sitting on Valor versus 3 cards. Ultimate Fusion pop this is so good. Hello, Sam. Is this Fiend Schmidt? If he goes Dippity, he goes Moon here, I'm upset. I played this hand bad. Because I should have roared, and then I Ultimate Fusion pop and still have the Valor. And he only has 2 cards. And he can go Moon here instead. And I could Valor the sequence. If this is Moon, I lose. I'm done. Okay. Last 2 games, I played bad. We have half an hour. Yeah. So I'm 2-3 with Ultimate Fusion. But I don't think it's Ultimate Fusion's fault. It's because I'm playing bad. Also, the branded game was a Max C game. A 2x Max C game. What is this? You're not supposed to draw multiple Maidens and Sages now that they're limited. Or semi'd. Ascension gets Tachyon. Okay. So we can summon all of Horus guys before I can Fua him. Nope, we Fua this. So he's got 7th Tachyon in hand. Afterglow, sure. Sure. He can dump his hand for Horuses and pass? What is this? We Valor this, don't we? Trickstar has 2 Link 1s? That's not fair. Okay, got him. I don't know what he was up to, but we take that. Okay, level 14. So quick, stupid question. Sure. What's up? Arc, that's not a question. This is the 17th time you've hated Branded. Our decks that Link have Link 1s usually balanced by playing slower grinder strategies? Not really. Like, kind of, but not really. Like, Fiendsmith is slower in grinder, yes. Check Discord. What am I doing on Discord? Yeah, I'm also bad at Branded. This is a funny grass resolution. We drew True Light again. Sage. Maiden. Yeah, there are generic Link ones. We'll look at them after. Hold on. Neg 1. That was the wrong order. I wish this cup had some kind of special limitation so it was different than ranked. I see what you mean, but this is a World Championship qualifier, Stage 2. So they're making you be good at the regular format. Yeah, if you win Stage 2, you get to go to Worlds. All right, Spirit. Yeah, Duelist Cup is competitive, but I think it's Duelist Cup um thrice a year with one other Worlds Championship qualifier. Is that right? So here I set Majesty on end phase. Yes, there it is usually to sell the latest pack. Yes. And I think that this pack is such doo-doo because like Worlds is coming up and they don't like shake because Worlds generates a lot of hype by itself, so they don't need cards to generate that. I wish we had a best of 3 ladder and a best of 1 ladder like Magic, so that people can stop bitching about it. I shouldn't have played this. Do I think they'd ever make a Yubel mate? It's possible. Yubel is really popular. Crimson Smiter. Oh my god, whatever this is. Fine. I'm 9-5, but I started at a lower level. Target a card, destroy it. If you do, summon this. We will destroy. So take that. Add a Crystron spell trap from your deck to your hand. Do I Ash this? I will... Then he extra rips me, so I'm gonna activate Purge here. Ash the trap. Okay. Well, I impermed, or I Majesty this guy because he used the guy from hand that destroys it. Set 1. End of the main phase. Don't negate what? I'm fine. Potatoes? Yeah, and see how they are. So if I do this, he banishes all my stuff. So let's not do that just yet. What does this do? Crystrons can target one face-up card on the field, or... And if you do, destroy the targeted card from your graveyard or banishment. Okay. I don't need to reborn the blue eyes. We have a wishes. Wishes get... That's wishes, pitch, wishes. Wishes, pitch, wishes. I also said I haven't read the Crystron cards, and I'm not going to. Yeah, you can extra rip me. Goodbye, ulti. So we could go Lightstorm. Destroy itself, reset Majesty. This turns into Blue Eyes. We summon Maiden. I'm going to take the Veiler. Maiden. Okay. Are we going to Tyrant? I think no. I think we'd rather leave the thing on the field. So this for True Light. True Light does what for us? True Light does nothing, and we can get back Blue Eyes later if we need, I'm sure. We'll figure it out. So I can turn this into another spirit. So we go Lightstorm. Top one. A what? Oh, in your graveyard. Today I learned. It's okay. All right, we'll just pop this, make Baron. Okay, now we'll do this. In the Anima Zone. And just pass. And I don't think it matters how I end. King Sark. He has no Horus in grave. So I'll let him discard. We'll Ultimate Fusion this away. What do we put back? I guess Lightstorm. Or this. Doesn't matter because Crystron is bad. And I won't read them. This might be our last game because the games have been going so long. And we're going second. True Light. Wishes. Where are all the Snake Eyes and other decks? I've seen Blue Eyes and Fiendsmith and Blue Eyes and Branded and Fiendsmith and Branded and Blue Eyes. All right, here's Sage, sure. Sage get Valor, great. Which means he has Maiden. No, I have not seen Memento. And I think we lose this game too. Because we have double Primates and 2 trap cards. The one-ofs that we don't want to draw. I wish I could fast forward gameplay. Also, like last game, I wish my opponent would just scoop. I yawn, but I'm playing Blue Eyes too. But I'm putting myself to sleep. Jet! Is this another Dragluxion pile? You're not under anything. Add Majesty. Add Mausoleum. Add Maiden. Set and activate Roar. Okay, so that's a Majesty, which is really good. That's decent too. If we start here, he's gonna Majesty us. Then we can Wishes away the True Light, and like this fixes a lot. If that's not Ash. Okay, summon. Cardo Effecto. Valor this, fine. I did know about the Valor. Valor Majesty Mystery card. So can we attack over his Tyrant? Ash this, fine. That's awesome, actually. We don't get Mausoleum, so we can't specifically attack over Tyrant. And he solved our Primites. Roar? Roar Maiden? Okay, what does he have? True Light to double Reborn is it. So I would like to clear his True Light somehow. All right, summon. Oh shit, my Maiden. This is fine. This is fine. Battle phase, attack, crash. Main phase 2, Light Storm. And then Jet comes back. No, Spirit can still Light Storm. We have no traps. And if I attack Tyrant over, Tyrant crash, Jet Reborn, Spirit negate, Oh my god. I'm so stupid. Oh, what? Okay. Thank you, Neo Ultimate, for saving my life. Okay, is crashing better for me? Because we crash. He sets. I think no. Set Majesty. End phase. Does Majesty pop field spell on his turn do anything? Yes, it prevents his Tyrant from getting bigger. Set one spell trap is fine. So set a spell trap lets me then pop 2. Reset load. No, I get load back. Reset roar. So I can Lightstorm pop these both now. He keeps this. And then I can Ultimate Fusion pop this. Okay, his guy survives. He's top decking. And I get to reset roar. Jet comes back too. But I can Majesty the Jet. Oh, True pops it. That's funny. Okay, so we don't deal with Jet yet. We have to Majesty first, so Majesty doesn't deal with Jet. So extra normal summon. Majesty pop. Ultimate Fusion pop this. We have to fight Jet. And we can fight Jet. Okay, you lose Maiden. Jet activates. Activate Ultimate Fusion. Now we have double Tyrant. Chain True Light. Special Summon Blue Eyes. And I don't know if Maiden Reborn's here because Blue Eyes doesn't stay on the field. We're about to find out. So Fusion this and Lightstorm to another Tyrant. Destroy a card. Yes, Tyrant. Okay, you can make your Jet bigger. Attack over both of them, or bounce one, attack the other. But we also have Maiden here. We don't get Primite back because we put the thing back, but we have Roar. And he doesn't deal with everything. Jet can deal with 2 things. He does have a Wishes, but he's got 2 fusions in the grave, so we can't summon a third. And he has to bounce the other one, and I reset Majesty. Okay, Primite doesn't come back. I can True Light set something. You don't like Mr. Mime? Okay, so this sets... Now we can get Mausoleum. Activate. You also hate Jinx? I kind of like him. I can summon the Spirit. That does nothing. I can summon Tyrant. That does nothing. So we... target our guy. Send this. Oh, now we can Majesty that and just do whatever we want. Why can't I roar? Oh, I don't have a vanilla. Hello, Kirby Night Rose. How are you doing? Sending good vibes? Thanks. We are about to end on over 66% win rate. Summon a guy in defense. That's Tyrant. Or just another... This is just game here. Good. You made it to level 9? That's great. And got a couple of the alt arts. That's great. The alt arts are cool. How many Tummy Cartesia did you get? Okay, now we reborn Blue Eyes, and he's dead. Was that the cleanest game? No. Did I win? Yes. Okay, we did it. We're not dual max. We are 11-5. 2 of those games were my fault. 2 of those games were like unwinnable, and I don't remember the last one. What is it? 11 divided by 16? 68% win rate. Rounds up to 69. Nice.